Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. That's right. Here to bring on the Media Verification Alliance. Put to test every time an event happens that we have to verify if it happens or not. Allegedly, violence is going on in Odessa, Texas. The news declares various things are happening. Shooter targets people at shopping centers in West Texas. First, it was 1 dead, 30 injured. Then it was 5 dead, 21 injured. The only one person that's really dead is the shooter. Because the shooter, whenever the shooter dies, there's no witness. Nobody's going to be brought to trial. It's pretty much a wrapped up case, and the media runs away with it thinking, more violence! We need gun control! Oh! Yeah. And the government's been taking firearms from people, too. They want to take more firearms from people. We have people being kicked out of shows every single night. It's just so sad. You lose your account and then you have to come in and get a new one. That is slander. What are you saying is slander? Did somebody... Are you saying his PhD is in... No. It's called piled higher and deeper. That's what PhD stands for. They just keep piling it. And in his case, he has 18 PhDs, so it's just piled higher and deeper. Hurricane Dorian is bearing down and possibly reaching Category 4 levels as it approaches Florida, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. Home Depot's... I'm sorry, I can't even get the video. It won't even show me the video. It's not available in my country. Oh, okay. So I've got a link to a hurricane that's not available in my country. I guess it's secret information, this hurricane. And more protests in Hong Kong as protesters return to streets and clash with police. And apparently Trump's personal assistant, Madeleine Westerhout, shared intimate details of First Family. And Donald is saying, I love Tiffany. Apparently he loves Tiffany, like he loves Ivanka. He said, if she wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her. So apparently he loves Tiffany too. Willing to fire a faithful employee like Madeleine Westerhout, who gave her all for Donald through thick and thin and stuck by him from the beginning of the administration. I want to know what she knows. Why is he really getting her? Nobody kicks a woman out because she said that she's just more popular than Ivanka and Tiffany. She offhandedly said to somebody at a table that she's closer to the president than Tiffany and Ivanka. That's all she said. And maybe that Tiffany was overweight or something. Which she isn't, by the way. Tiffany, you look beautiful. And if you weren't Donald Trump's daughter and I wasn't involved, I'd be dating you. I'm kidding, of course. I'm at a point where I'm almost aghast at what really is going on behind the scenes, because we've never seen any footage of the Oval Office from Donald Trump's perspective. Does he have like a kneeling pad next to the White House? I have yet to see one single picture of Donald Trump's office. But for your information, Donald Trump is not exactly a good money manager. While I cue that up, you can read this. All his casinos filed for bankruptcy and went out of business. Think about them apples. One man, 1.6 billion in debt. Suddenly he's an expert on reducing the national debt? Yeah, I don't think so. A long, long time ago. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to go pull up my background with the Oval Office in it, make it look kind of like what Donald's Oval Office would be like. Because I have yet to see a photograph of his Oval Office. He never does any press shots from it. It must be like a pigsty. Yeah, this is the Oval Office of... that's the Oval Office when Ronald Reagan was president. Remember that? In fact, he sat on that couch talking to the Mujahideen and Charlie Wilson trying to start a war in Afghanistan by sending them missiles. Yeah, that's a true story. That couch was sat on by a bunch of Muslims from Afghanistan as they negotiated arms to take out Russian pilots with heat-seeking rockets, which Reagan gladly gave him.
Well, who is this Charlie Wilson and what does he want? We're supposed to send La's rockets to Afghanistan? Okay, Charlie. Let me get behind that and go ahead and do it, because I really don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway, this is a better picture, I think, of the Oval Office. So let's go there right now. Where would you put the kneeling pad for Carolyn Sunshine and Madeleine Van Houten? Where would that be? Right next to the desk? So if I were sitting in perspective of the Oval Office, the kneeling pad would be over here or over here. Be right here. And you'd want to know, because you're the viewer, and you'd want to know what's going on under the desk, right? It's like, so Donald theoretically could have a camera behind him, and you wouldn't even know what's going on. It's like, Stat, it's incredible. Oh, Madeleine. Oh, Carolyn. Whatever your name is. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. A guy that doesn't want to have any transparency in the Oval Office. I would put a webcam right over here, right over here, right down here. Yeah, I would. I just wouldn't put up with this, man. I mean, the guy, he's not a transparent president. We don't know what's going on in the White House. I don't. You have no idea. I have no clue. None of you do either. Anyway, thank you for letting me talk about that. Let's move on. Ruth Bader Ginsburg is alive and on her way to being very well. So that little tumor on her pancreas was just preventative, and she's doing great. And she has one thing in mind, that's to remain in power so she can keep pro-lifers from rigging the vote against Roe v. Wade. Okay. That's not a suitable link.
Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg addressing her health on stage today in Washington as she spoke at the 19th Annual Library of Congress National Book Festival. Mark Meredith with us. Hard to understate the implications for 2020 as Ruth Bader Ginsburg was talking.
Absolutely, but it was amazing to see the crowd's reaction, as this was the second time that we've seen the Supreme Court Associate Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg make a public appearance this week. Now, the spotlight comes after the Supreme Court said earlier this month that the 86-year-old recently completed radiation treatment for a malignant tumor on her pancreas. Now, Ginsburg spoke a short time ago at the Library of Congress National Book Festival here in Washington, D.C. She says she's looking forward to the court's next term. She also spoke openly about her health amid these recent surgeries.
First, this audience can see that I am alive.
We love you, Ruth. Oh, yes, we do. Keep being you. Oh, yes, you will. Hey, we got a lot of people threatening my life, as you know. And we record those statements, and it comes as a result of multiple times in which your IP has shown up. And you will be recorded into the archives of death threats, sir. So, yeah, there you go. Well, let's be clear. We'll add it to your list. You're the last guy. I see the same IP every time. I'm assuming you're using a couple of VPNs. Well, the NSA will get to that eventually. Yeah, have no fear. The NSA is near. They watch everything you do, and they're not about to let you go, dude. Yeah, you're running off a Tor server, I see. That's owned by the U.S. Navy and the FBI. It's a fusion project. If you continue to think you can get away with that, they already know where you are. If you're in a particular cyber cafe right now in New Orleans, they would know that too. All right. McDundy's assaulting you. He's just saying you're calling him a transsexual. Yeah. From Transylvania. I know Top Gun was filmed over my house. I'm fully familiar with the Top Gun 2 series, yes. I remember when they were filming it. I didn't ask for any royalties, so don't worry. Nobody's going to have to pay me. Hey, there's a cheap solar kit with 2 awesome light bulbs, DC, but I recommend these instead if you live in Seattle or Kansas. Harbor Freight. Thanks, that one guest, for kicking that person who's threatening me. Appreciate it. Yeah, Hogslammer's building his own solar setup, and he's got his own thing happening. Harbor Freight's got a 100-watt solar panel kit for you guys. I'm sorry, we couldn't find the page. Bummer. Apparently it's so popular that it's being eaten up. If you're watching our show through the Cool Rock community, welcome. I do the show and have both of the chat rooms live in our show. And you got all kinds of cool buttons at Cool Rock. And the best thing about it is free, and it's fun, and it's easy. And you can move anything you want around and make things, change. You could even go to WebOasis and have the deepest, most intense encounter with the global internet you'll ever have. This takes you to everywhere in the internet. And the reason why I opened up Cool Rock is because it's a genuine stand against the corruption of Google and Facebook as they continue to try to monetize your personal information. I will not do that. I don't even send cookies out. The best thing about Cool Rock is it's completely free, fun, and non-invasive. And you can play fun music. With a computer. Yeah, we got an AI system in there. I've got all these great plugins. Anyway, cool things too down in the croutons of the virtual reality world. And these things are amazing. It sends you on like a psychedelic journey through life. You can do anything you want and have fun while you're playing the show and interacting with chat. Isn't this? And if you want to take that site, just leave it there. You can haul this thing up to the chat room and put it right there next to the chat. I hear that. I started a joke. Yeah, isn't that amazing stuff? You bring it up to the top and just, so you want to highlight everything. Woo, dude, like, this is so cool. I'm like psychedelic, man. Whoa, the sun is shining. You're pulling 100 watts at sundown on a totally cloudy or shady day. Are you serious? So that, he just gave you a link, but it's not going to work because it's a dead link to us, man. But with that kind of a deal, I think that deal at Harbor Freight sounds good. Let's try it again. There it is, the Thunderbolt Magnum Solar Kit, 100-watt panel kit for $189. Includes a solar controller. Yeah, that's nice. And all the necessary tools to hook it up, along with 2 light bulbs. Very cool. I love that. That's a really good deal. I'm actually thinking of going down and getting it. Hey, I'll see you guys later. I'm just going to take off and go to Harbor Freight. They're open till 10, so I'm going to leave dead air on the screen, but you guys can just look at the screen for the next 4 hours. How about that? I hope they're not running out, because I want to buy that. No, I have a bunch of solar panels already. That's what I do. I'm a big solar guy. Hey, hey, hey. We got another threat in the show. I see that. Hang on. Let's make a copy of it. Okay. There we go. These threats are getting more desperate. They're trying to threaten my life daily, and it doesn't work, guys. Yeah. I have something going on that you'll never have. And that's destiny. Yep. You can't mess with destiny, man. Yeah, I've already had assurances that nothing's going to ever happen to me. Ever. Until I'm president. And then I probably will be shot in the back. But the good news is I'll live through it and won't be able to walk for 16, maybe 70 years. 60 to 70 years. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. Yeah, these people that are in here actually think they're going to stop good men from running off for office, and they think they can threaten me on a daily basis. It's kind of funny. No, my parents were not superstitious, no. My mom kind of was. Yeah, kind of. We were reading earlier that in the show that Barry Gibb, the last remaining Bee Gee, talk about sustainable. Barry Gibb, the last remaining Bee Gee, actually had an encounter with a ghost of his brother. Yeah. I was shocked. Apparently he saw his brother, Robin, walking through his house. It was the ghost of his brother Robin. Yeah, we were reading that in an article earlier. Good guy. Good guy. I really like him. He seems like a straight shooter. Hey, moving on. I started a joke. We were just playing that song earlier. You don't know why David Cass has a site that is in bed with the Russians? I have to. The whole purpose of them trying to harass us at that site is to shut me down. It never works. You can't shut me down. I will never respond to threats. That's the reason why I broadcast over there. Even though they're trying to stop me, I will never stop. Simply because I don't respond to threats. Same thing we as America are trying to stop. I would never do anything financially just to do it because somebody's paying me. I don't get a penny for this show. I haven't received a cent in 11 years. Bernie and Pocahontas and Sleepy Joe, yeah, I know. Well, I'm a centrist. I'm not a far leftist like Commie Bernie and Commie Ocasio. I can tell you the Democrats have only a couple good things going in their party. One of them is their concern, or at least pretension of a concern about the environment. But they're not solving the environmental problems. And the other thing is that they care about homeless people, which you Republicans could give a crap about. But the Democrats think that homeless people want to live in houses, so they're building more houses. That's not exactly what the homeless people want. Most homeless people want drugs. Most homeless people are drug addicts. We have to address that problem first before we can ever get a person to want to, live in a house. What I'm recommending is a much more honest approach toward the whole thing. Tent cities with opportunities for people to garden, with homeless centers. They're like mobile service units that provide washers, not dishwashers, but washers, dryers, and showers that run on recycled water. Along with charging stations, things that are basic needing things most people need just to keep their cell phones active and whatnot. But there's a lot of homeless people that are just hooked on drugs. And if we provide alternatives like medical marijuana, I'm pretty sure that at least 30% of the drug addicts in this country will begin becoming less reliant on opioids and more enjoying CBD and THC. There's a big, huge boom for that. And in states that are legalizing marijuana, there's been a 30% reduction in opioid addiction in those states. So, we've got some big stories here, mostly about Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to start with the one that just came in last night. And many of you are going to be shocked when you hear this, but I've been talking about the simple fact that, Epstein has been completely, the whole supposed suicide of Epstein has been completely a cover-up from the very beginning. In fact, it's not just any cover-up, it's a massive cover-up. A massive cover-up. There's no way around it. Our government is using Jeffrey Epstein as an intelligence agent. He's still in play, and he's still doing whatever they tell him. Not something I'm happy about, but it is something that's going on. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Massive cover-up. Blindingly massive cover-up. Okay, a prison worker claims an unmarked van and unknown military personnel showed up at a Metropolitan Correctional Center Friday night where accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein was being held in and switched him out with a dead look-alike. Now, the only thing that makes this more legitimate than most posts is that it came in 10 minutes before the official news of Jeffrey Epstein's death. And it arrived at 4chan. So you can say, well, that's just fake news. What would the timing of that would be impossible? No one would know that Jeffrey Epstein died unless they knew that he was being allegedly faked his death. So this whole thing happened right before, 10 minutes before it actually was talked about by the first media play that came out. Well, it turns out the first media play that came out was a guy named Larry Salona. He posted an anagram for Royal Lancer, the very name that Prince Andrew uses as his crown of arms. He was called Royal Lancer, and he's part of this group of people. Now, why would the first person to discover Jeffrey Epstein dead and post about it on the New York Post, which is obviously a government-run newspaper, be related in any way? Well, he's not. It's just an anagram. You can't prove that this anagram is in anything. If there is a Larry Salona, and so far we've yet to find this guy, we cannot prove that it's an anagram, and we can prove it's an anagram, but it's not definitely related to Prince Andrew. But isn't it ironic that Prince Andrew was so happy the day of Jeffrey Epstein's death, that he's literally smiling. Check this face out. He's smiling with such glee. It's almost like beyond exuberant. This guy is so happy. Look at that. I'm so happy. Oh, my worries are over. Jeffrey Epstein, they believe, is dead, and nothing will ever be said again about him. So a little bit weird that he's so happy that day, and that his Royal Lancer is an anagram for the guy that discovered that Jeffrey Epstein was dead. So very weird stuff, and this massive cover-up is weighing heavily on me, I can tell you. Yeah. So that's why we need much more in the range of media verification. So I'm recommending a media verification alliance for America, bar none, that would be the quintessential answer to our prayers. We will have top quality people that are willing to dedicate their life to this effort and willing to put their personal finances in a public trust, which is what we should have asked Donald Trump to do. But these people who put their finances in public trust will automatically be given the ability to provide details and actually go to look at autopsies and find out if they really are people dead. So an incident like today in Odessa, Texas, we would send out a group of people in the Texas area that are part of our Media Verification Alliance, and I would give them license to actually go to the coroner's office and look at the bodies, verifying that these people are real people. And they'll be able to take pictures of the faces of the bodies to verify that they're the people that match the names of the people that live in that town. We will also have a database system that will verify that people actually live in that town that allegedly died. So this is the best way to bring crystal clear truth to a very foggy and weird fake news world that we've got here right now. And this is my idea. Nobody else in the world has come up with this. Somebody copied my idea in the Netherlands, and they're claiming that they're coming up with a plan to do media verification. They're using my wording too. But I'm the person that brought this idea to the forefront, and I'm here to deliver that answer to all the questions that we're asking right now. What's true and what's not? What's real and what's Memorex? So the recent shooting seriously looks suspicious. No question about that too. The one in Odessa where the guy kills himself. Of course, there's no witness if the guy kills himself, and that's generally the MO. I started a joke. No, this won't cost too much money. We're not going to pay you more than the car fare. You'll receive it'll be a perfect job for retirees and media buffs. We'll pay you your car fare and one hotel room per night that you actually have to go to the location where the bodies are. And we'll try to get people in every state, so it won't be a long drive. You won't get a salary to do this. You will get a YouTube sanctioned site that will be yours, and no one could get into it or hack into it. It'll be protected. The U.S. government will monitor it. You'll be allowed to post anything you want. And you'll also be given the ability to post complaints about the system. So if you're a media verification expert, you'll be able to, flat out complain about it if it's something that you don't like. We'll have a posting that's wide open on that level. Average people won't be able to get into that forum, but people who in the Media Verification Alliance will be able to, complain to each other openly. And you'll be able to see it. You'll also be able to see their records and everything they're saying. We'll be choosing people randomly from the population, And the criteria will be very, very limited. You don't have to have a degree. You don't have to have any specific history other than a clean criminal record. So you can't be manipulated. You'll also have to have a clean financial record with no debt. If you have debt, we won't take you. You have to have no debt in order to be, completely unbuyable. Because the media can be easily bought. There have been people throughout history who've been bought and paid for. And they've even done a lot of work just to explain that to people. There have been paid contacts that actually work directly for the CIA in foreign press that have come out and talked about how they've manipulated the media in order to make wars happen. Yeah. One such person actually recently died. But the good news is we have his word and what he said, his documentation, his honest word. Oh, yeah. Here he is. He spills the beans and he was a shill for the CIA. And he's one of the reasons why they started a war with Muammar Gaddafi. He wrote stories that they told him to write and admits that all the news media is controlled by the CIA.
Well, I've been a journalist for about 25 years. And I was educated to lie, to betray, and not to tell the truth to the public. But seeing right now, within the last months, how far, how the German and American media tries to bring war to the people in Europe, to bring war to Russia. This is a point of no return, and I'm going to stand up and say it is not right what I have done in the past. To manipulate people, to make propaganda against Russia, and it is not right what my colleagues do and have done in the past, because they are bribed to betray the people, not only in Germany, all over Europe. The reason writing this book was that I am very fearful of a new war in Europe, and I don't like to have this situation again, because war is never coming from itself. There is always people behind it to push for war. And this is not only politicians, this is journalists too. And I just have written in the book how we have betrayed in the past our readers just to push for war, and because I don't want this anymore. I'm fed up with this propaganda. We live in a banana republic and not in a democratic country where we have press freedom, where we have human rights. If you see the German media, especially my colleagues who day by day write against the Russians, who are in transatlantic organizations and who are supported by the United States to do so, well, people like me, I became an honorary citizen of the state of Oklahoma in the United States. Just why? Just because I write pro-American.
He writes pro-American. Yeah, so he's actually he was a tool of the CIA. He wrote things against Muammar Gaddafi that led to the death of Muammar Gaddafi. He was an instrument of the CIA to warp the news. Remember that all the news was against Muammar Gaddafi. Oh, he was attacking his own people with jets, blah, blah, blah. That was coming from him. This is the guy that started the war in Libya and ended the life of Muammar Gaddafi. And he bore a lot of guilt. He'd been 4 or 5 heart attacks. The 5th one finally killed him.
They hoped that I wouldn't do that ever again. But I think it's worse that the truth will come out one day. The truth won't die. And I don't mind what will happen. I've had 3 heart attacks. I have no children. So if they want to bring me to court or to prison, so it's worse for the truth. Well, I've been a journalist.
See, that's true. That you're looking at the face of true courage. A man truly willing to die for what he believed. And he told the world before he did die, he had a fifth heart attack and he died about 2 years ago. But he told the world that he was basically an operative for the CIA. They call them non-official covers. The CIA will not in any way claim they're official covers, but they are. And they receive money from the CIA, and they tell people in the press, they write stories that the CIA want them to write. They'll even get that story from the CIA, and they have to put it out, and they're required. Non-official cover. And the CIA won't bail them out either. But this is the agreement in order for them to keep their job. So this guy was really on the ledge, telling the truth about everything he had done right before he died. And then who knows if that fifth heart attack was real. Maybe they just said, you know, we're going to terminate this guy. We're going to make sure he never talks again. And boom, he's gone. Well, he got past 3 heart attacks and had fourth. I guess his fourth heart attack killed him. I'm so sorry for, but he really went out of the limb to tell people what the government, our government, is doing worldwide and how the foreign press is controlled too. That's why I'm not mentioned at all in any press, in any foreign government. Sometimes I hear stories about me in the press, the Japanese Times. Sometimes I hear stories about me in the Australian newspapers, but I don't have any corroboration here in the U.S. And the CIA has been behind controlling the U.S. press for years. That the sad truth about America is that we are living in a country just as controlled as North Korea in many ways. We think we're free and democratic, but in fact, we're just completely censored. And there's nothing any average person is able to do to break through that shield other than a website and an internet show like I have every night. All right, I'll unban Cult of Snishna, sure. I do periodic unbannings. Just to show you I'm not a bad person and I'm not in any way, out to eliminate your creative efforts, because I know a lot of you have creativity that you want to express through your username. Tabasco sauce is unbanned, yeah. Ben Franklin. Yeah, Guest 407 said, I wonder if they tried that heart attack gun on him. Yeah, you got to wonder. The heart attack weapon has been touted as one of the most dangerous things the CIA has, and they've got the ability to do a lot of things that could be very dangerous. No doubt about it. I'm more than concerned about that. I would be fearful for my life if I were out in the open, exposed. Like even when I go to, if I were to go to a rally, I wouldn't feel comfortable. If I were a mobster, like, Donald Trump and his mobsters, I wouldn't feel that uncomfortable if I were a mobster. But I in no way feel like I'm safe now, I'm completely anti-mob. I'm taking on some tough issues every night, but because I am such a splinter group character out there in the blogosphere, they don't see me as a threat. They believe they've got a handle on our show, and they're pretty much convinced that this will never take off. They've been censoring so many of my feeds, people coming in here, that it doesn't surprise me that, the threat level that I pose is very low in the eyes of the people that are, obviously concerned. I heard something recently, because I'm exposing this Jeffrey Epstein thing. I heard recently that the real Epstein, has followed me on his Twitter account, @RealEpstein. Now, I can't validate that yet. I'm still looking at that. But if @Real Epstein is truly, following me, isn't that kind of weird? Because the guy's supposedly dead, right? But one agent of the CIA actually exposed the heart attack weapon.
Also, I had to find, one time they wanted me to find out if there was such a thing as a poison that was undetectable, especially one that seemed to mimic a heart attack, that would kill someone, but it would appear that they had a heart attack. I did find such a thing.
Does this pistol fire the dart?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman, and a special one was developed which
potentially would be able to enter the target without perception.
Yeah, I'm sure that they've got the ability to develop that, and I'm sure it could easily be developed, to aim at somebody and shoot with a small caliber weapon. But they really do have this goal of using this weapon with impunity, knowing full well that they will be exempt from prosecution. I know. I figured out that I was actually talking to a blank as soon as I saw no sound on the screen. We don't in any way allow anybody to name that Franklin person in the show. I'm not big on Benjamin Franklin. I read his biography and it disgusts me. The idea that Ben Franklin would have sex with 53 women made me sick. He was a womanizer and he frequently slept with married women. That's one of the reasons why they didn't choose him as a president. And he wanted to be king. That's what made Ben Franklin so disturbing. I just can't imagine what a woman would find attractive in him. It's like he's like a big roly-poly guy, and I don't know. I mean, he just had a way with women. They just wanted to, get it on with Ben Franklin. Let's get it on, yeah, let's get it on. I don't know. He must have had some sort of a pheromone that he exuded, like the lust pheromone. Oh, Ben, you're so cute. I love your bald head and that smell coming from your crotch. They didn't actually wash back then, so I'm not kidding. There was a big, huge smell. Nobody bothered to bend down because they would smell each other's crotches. I don't think Steven Seagal, you're making that up. He said that Elon Musk is developing an orgasm gun. That's just not sustainable conversation. We can't have that conversation. Talking about orgasms is not sustainable. If you have an orgasm, you're no longer, wanting another orgasm. So it's kind of like that letdown feeling. So we can't even talk about orgasms here. You got defeated? I'm so sorry. Okay, well, you guys watch football. That's one way to keep your gonads under control. Okay. Boy, I guess some people are just, don't get it, ever. We found out today from some weird postings. Scissorfight brought us some really good stuff today. Thank you, Scissorfight. Yeah, it turns out that, the number one thing debunking the Podesta Pizzagate story is a video by Stephen Colbert. He's debunking the Pizzagate thing. That Pizzagate's all about finding out about, pedophiles in Washington, if John Podesta or James Alefantis were involved. Yet it turns out, and this is mind-blowing, that Stephen Colbert and John Podesta are close friends. This showed a blatant conflict of interest, and Colbert's debunking video is now the number one top result for Pizzagate on YouTube. Huh. So when you're looking for more information about pedos, you get Stephen Colbert claiming it's all a bunch of garbage because his close friend is being accused. It's like unbelievable. Yeah, weird. Kind of just like, how can we possibly go there? And then we got lots more video and pictures of Orgy Island. Here's a close-up of the Temple of Doom, where the little girls were brought in to be sacrificed to the gods, allegedly. Now, there's more and more reason for a deep investigation into this, because It looks more like the NYPD and the FBI were there trying to get rid of any evidence of Jeffrey Epstein. Now that we know he was a deep state intelligence officer, he may very well still be alive, and they probably pulled the evidence they could. But there's some very damning evidence out there. Jeffrey Epstein, just a month or two before he was arrested, purchased a heavy-duty cement truck, airlifted to there, or barged as Rapid Express to that location. He had a cement truck there. He also had tile pullers and carpet pullers brought in, which were rented devices that pull tile really rapidly. So whatever's there is now fresh concrete. So we need a jackhammer and a cadaver dog on that island. And the only way we're going to get that on that island is if a grand jury investigation goes forward and they order it and they apportion money for it. But we definitely should look into this. This island could have the bodies and corpses of countless young girls buried on it, and no one's talking about it. So I think this is something we could definitely discuss. The more footage we see of this weird temple, the more we think this is an elaborate process by which we have to find out more and more. And believe me, a drone footage of the outside of this is barely enough. We see the road leading up to this. We see it had vehicles that could carry bodies. We even see vehicles like skip loaders parked on the island that could easily bury bodies. Easily. So, I mean, all of this is making us, making me really consider the weird opportunity here. We need a grand jury investigation like never before. There's another implication here that apparently, you know, the intelligence agent Jeffrey Epstein, now that we know that Costa said he was working for intelligence, that's why he gave him a light sentence. He also targeted Aryan girls. Epstein's Jewish network of deep state operatives specifically targeted only underage, underclass Aryan girls to compromise elite politicians and other influential people. You see, the Jews and Masons believe that Aryans are the chosen people of Yahweh. They call Lucifer the son of Anu, who fell from heaven. They actually believe this crap. Somehow falling from heaven in attempts to free mankind from slave bondage imposed by his father, Yahweh. These people somehow believe that Lucifer was the savior, much like Christians believe that Jesus was the savior. And isn't it ironic that Zionists like Hitler and Trump and Biden all believed in this belief that Christians are idol worshiping, that they're not really believing in the truth. It's funny how Christians embrace Jews, yet Jews look down on Christians and act like they're idol worshipers. Isn't that interesting? Hey, we got a call from somebody. Let's get that call. Hang on just a second.
Driving to this interview, I just tried to work out in my brain what would have happened if I would have written a pro-Russian article in the Frankfurter Allgemeine. Well, I don't know what would have happened, but we were all educated to write pro-European, pro-American, but please, not pro-Russian. So I'm very sorry for that, but this is not what I understand for democracy and for press freedom. I'm very sorry for that. Well, yes, I understand your question very well. Germany is still a kind of a colony of the United States. You see that in many points, like the majority of the Germans don't want to have nukes in our country, but we still have American nukes. So we are still a kind of a colony of the Americans. And being a colony, it is very easy to approach young journalists through what is very important here is transatlantic organizations. All journalists from really respected and recommended big German newspapers, magazines, radio stations, TV stations, they are all members or guests of those big transatlantic organizations. And there, in these transatlantic organizations, you are approached to be pro-American, and there is nobody coming to you and saying, well, we are the Central Intelligence Agency, would you like to work for us? No, this is not the case how it happens. what they do, these transatlantic organizations, is they invite you for seeing the United States. They pay for that. They pay all your expenses and everything. So you are bribed. You get more and more corrupt because they make you good contacts. You won't know that those good contacts are, let's say, non-official covers, or officially people working for Central Intelligence Agency or other American agencies. So you make friends. You think they are friends, and you cooperate with them. They ask you, well, could you do me this favor? Could you do me that favor? And so your brain more and more is brainwashed through these guys. And your question was, is this only the case with German journalists? No, I think it is especially the case with British journalists, because they have a much closer relationship. It is especially the case with Israelis, of course, with French journalists for a part, not that big as with German or with British journalists. It is the case for Australian journalists, for journalists from New Zealand, from Taiwan, from, well, there is many countries in the Arab world, like Jordan, for example, like Oman, the Sultanate of Oman. There is many countries where this happens, where you find people to claim they are respected journalists, but if you look behind them, you'll find they are puppets on a string of the
We've got some stuff going on here, guys.
I'm sorry in interrupting you.
on.
I'll give you one example.
Yeah.
Sometimes the intelligence...
Okay, we're on the air with a man who just called in. Yep, it looks very interesting what he's saying, and we're gonna go ahead and... You're a person who's down in Florida, right?
Yeah, I'm an investigative journalist down in the Tampa area.
Okay.
And my name is Larry Cheney, no relation to the vice president.
Right.
I got some messages passed to me that Hurricane Dorian is going to be used as a pretext to commit a controlled demolition on Little St. James Island to destroy evidence of any possible criminality of Jeffrey Epstein, as well as the other leads he has associated with on that island.
Thank you.
You're going to hear in the news in a couple days that that island has been told.
Okay, well, it's on record now in our show at the 51-minute mark. I appreciate that. That'll be uploaded to YouTube. Larry Cheney, no relation to the president or the former vice president. You're an investigative journalist in Florida that picked this information up. How did you get it? You have friends, inside sources? Is that how it came to you?
I've had contact in the unions as well as in the construction industry.
Okay.
And the boating industry. That's where I started. I was a workers' rights activist. I became a journalist covering those issues.
Okay.
Which eventually led into political issues and social issues I'm in now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you this because I've been blackballed from the other outlets because I've refused to sing the praises of Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, and the political establishment.
Okay, well, we got people claiming that you're using a voice synthesizer. Are you masking your voice for your own security?
I do that, yes.
He's masking his voice for his own security. Hey, we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, if you're right,
also,
then, go ahead.
I've also had surgeries done on my throat. When I was about 48, I had a cancerous node on my vocal cord.
Oh, okay.
Which had to be removed in the process. It did do some damage.
Okay, well, yeah, I take your word for it on many levels. This sounds legit, guys. I mean, if this is a targeted hit, the hurricane can be formed using radio frequencies. Heavy chemicals, heavy metals in the air can be manipulated and create hurricanes. We know that. Scientifically, Tesla had developed that technology. So they could be steering the hurricane right for the epicenter to land on St. James Island and pretty much wipe out everything we just saw of the Temple of Doom. And, yeah. It could just destroy the island. You never know.
I'm not saying that hurricane was man-made. I'm saying that they're going to use it as pretext because there's explosives being planted right now.
Wow.
I lived in Florida for the past 48 years,
Right.
going on 50, and what's happening? We get hit by a hurricane most years, so whether this is man-made or not, I can't tell you.
Yeah, you don't know this.
I can't tell you.
I'm just guessing too. Actually, I don't know specifically how they make hurricanes, other than they can, and they have the ability. Like Hurricane Sandy looked like a hurricane that was purposely made to land around the 2012 election of Barack Obama, and made him look like a Mr. Wonderful. Apparently, the dome of this thing blew off in some previous situation, but this particular temple is got owls on it. People say there's owls on the outside, so a lot of this will just be blown up, and there won't be any evidence of anything after the hurricane. It'll be a pretext of their demolition that they're probably setting the charges right now. Wow.
They are.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
People leak information from their workers there. All tell me that these things happen there. They've seen girls go on that island and not get off.
Okay, so
You look at the flight manifest and the flight logs, you're going to see names on the guest book going there, but aren't on any kind of ferries or any kind of plane rides on the way back.
right, I was looking at some of those, and they're very suspicious. How Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein moved people off the island, women. And there was that photograph that was taken in 2007 of the security cameras that Jeffrey had. About 10 cameras were pictured in the still frame, and some people zoomed in on that still frame, and they found like a dungeon with 5 or 6 underage people in there sitting on buckets. I don't know if you saw the video of that online, but it's very suspicious. And it looked like body parts that were sitting on that table in that picture that was taken from 2007 footage that simply was a snapshot from an FBI camera when they first arrested him and then gave him a light sentence. Acosta saying that Jeffrey Epstein was part of the intelligence service was a big shocker about 2 weeks ago, because everyone was saying, why did you give him such a light sentence? And he said he was told to back off because Jeffrey Epstein is in the intelligence service. So, I mean, that's a serious indictment and a very big leading message toward the massive cover-up theory. I'm very concerned. I'm glad you're a journalist, and I'm glad people like you are out there calling in to shows like this. Appreciate it, because this is perhaps the only way we can get our word out at this point. You know the newspaper's not going to cover this.
There's a video file
Yeah.
of actual proof of a number of people engaging in sexual activities with minors. I refuse this.
Yeah.
This turned out to be child pornography. Another journalist.
Don't ever take that stuff. Yeah. If you're a journalist investigating, yeah, just refuse it. I wouldn't hit on any executable file ever on your computer. Seriously. I would not even begin. Thank you.
It was an absolute setup. I have a word from the guard saying that they had escorts go in there to entertain Jeffrey Epstein.
I heard there was a young woman with Jeffrey Epstein in the lawyer's room for about 2 hours, just 2 days before he allegedly killed himself. So.
Yeah, I'm contacting other inmates, seeing what they know. The word in the jailhouse is that he was murdered.
They faked his murder, yeah.
Direct eyewitnesses, but the word is he was definitely murdered, and they have reason to believe more than what they're seeing on the news that he was murdered.
Oh, I don't believe he's been murdered. I think Jeffrey Epstein's alive and well and doing what he's been doing for years. I think they shuttled him out. We have evidence on the Reddit probe here. I'll give a post to you. This is pretty damning stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff coming out right now. Let's see if I can bring it up for you. Here it is. I'm going to put it. It's an IntelliHub file. It's right here. There it is, IntelliHub. It'll tell you all about how a posting was made 10 minutes prior to his alleged death on 4chan from a guy who witnessed a guy in green dress military outfit from a van that had come in, was not registered, managed to bring Epstein out and bring the other fake imposter in. And that camera footage, by the way, folks, is dead. The penitentiary cannot recover that camera footage from that avenue of exit and what happened. So, Larry, this is really good. I appreciate you calling and keep an open line with us in the future, especially in a couple days if we see that Epstein's Island has been demolished in the hurricane.
I'm working on a few projects right now investigating this.
Okay.
If I'm still alive in the next few days, I'll contact you. But I'm in this deep. I'm living out a motel room right now because my home's not safe. I have every reason to believe my lines are bugged.
Yeah.
I've had people throw rocks in my windows. My tire's been slashed. I had notes saying next time it's going to be your throat.
Wow.
It's not safe out there. I want to put together a dossier to be released upon my death. But I'm telling you now that Dorian is going to be used as a pretext to destroy Little St. James Island, as well as all the criminal evidence.
Wow. Thank you, Larry Cheney. I appreciate it. Good luck surviving, man. I can understand your concern because there are people that are being offed in this world who are trying to pursue the truth at the highest level, and you're one of them. I appreciate that. All right.
They're not going to get me.
I certainly hope
The
not.
hurricane's going to get me.
Stay low, keep covered.
They're going to get me.
Yeah, just stay undercover, incognito, as much as possible. And but we need people like you, investigative journalists, doing whatever they can to uncover the truth. We don't have enough of people like you, actually, because we've had great guys who have done their hard work and have been terminated in this department. I've seen a lot of.
All have a way of killing themselves.
Yeah, it's been pretty weird. We've got cover-up stories about many investigative journalists that have been offed in the process of getting the story. Many people have been terminated, like Aaron Schwartz died. Remember him? He was the guy, deep into finding a strong box that'll prevent anyone in the government from finding out what a journalist has on their hard drive. He was offed. They said it was a suicide, but he didn't seem suicidal the day he killed himself. But there have been many people, not just one.
Oh, yeah. A lot more than what the news reports on. A ton of them during Miami in the 1970s and 80s, while my friends are dead for reporting how the CIA were using Cuban exiles to undermine the Cuban government.
Wow.
This was being done. A lot of them ended up dead out in the surf. So many of them. The drug trade was the number one cause of death, or it lied to me nothing to them.
Right, and the whole thing about the Clintons and Arkansas and the main Arkansas drug connection to the cocaine industry, that was it being exposed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of them got shot twice and they called it a suicide. You know.
I met Bill Clinton in 1983.
Mm-hmm.
I can personally tell you that he was doing lots of cocaine then, and I think even in the White House he was still on the cocaine.
Right.
And that would have been his current heart condition. He's on a pacemaker, actually.
Right. Cocaine will do that to
that's
people.
Direct responsible. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Cocaine will mess people up long term. Yeah.
Cocaine use.
Right. I wouldn't doubt it.
It will.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Go ahead.
He offered me cocaine.
Oh, he did?
He offered me a ton of money. Yeah.
Wow.
He wanted me to sell it, to report on the Republicans, on his political, to be his personal rat to him. He wanted to place me in the Republican camp during the Reagan re-election and report on the Republicans to him to make himself look better for the Democrats when he was planning on running in 1988.
Wow. Another journalist that comes to mind, that's a shocker that he offered you cocaine to do that, but I believe you, actually.
He offered me a ton of money. We snorted cocaine together.
Wow.
But
it's not getting old, it's getting good. This is the kind of call we wait years for, folks. I mean, we wait years for honest people to come out and tell people the truth. If I can't verify anything you're saying, but if it comes down that Jeffrey Epstein's island is blown up or blows off in the hurricane, we'll legitimize that argument that you're making, that these people are planning that. Michael Hastings was another reporter that was going to do a deep investigation of the CIA, and he was right around ready to reveal it before he was killed in his Mercedes-Benz. They say his Mercedes-Benz was hijacked by a hacker, and driven into a palm tree at high speeds, and he died right there. Michael Hastings was the winner of the Polk Award, if you recall, and he was the guy that said General McChrystal was uninvolved in the war in Afghanistan, and that cost General McChrystal his job with Obama, but it cost Michael Hastings his life, and he was doing a deep investigation of John Brennan and his operations as CIA director, and that led to his death, just knowing too much. Michael Hastings is perhaps one of the most famous investigative journalists who lost his life. They found his car. The engine flew up, that fiery crash, there it is on the screen. The engine blew up, it literally landed 300 feet away from the car. So there's no way it was just a crash into a palm tree. It was actually what many people say it was a missile attack. Or possibly his car was hijacked by a hacker, because he had said to his friends that his car wasn't behaving right and he needed a new one, and nobody had a loaner, and he drove that morning at 4:30 in the morning and crashed into this car, claiming that his car had been behaving strangely. We also know that Princess Diana was driving the first type of Mercedes that had the hackable OBD2 interface. So these viewers aren't leaving.
General McChrystal.
General McChrystal, yeah.
Was in charge of overriding drone technology. I don't think this would have been too far out of his league as far as his capabilities. I think he may have had contacts in the CIA and the Pentagon who would have done something like that. I do know that many people in the government and Pentagon currently have AIDS. They have AIDS, they have HIV that they're currently staving off with certain pharmaceuticals.
Wow.
And this is known. I know you look at Bill Clinton's weight loss, that's a result of AIDS. You look at Al Sharpton's massive weight loss, that's a result of AIDS. You look at Chris Christie's weight loss, where he lost 85 pounds, is a result of his AIDS diagnosis. And they have access to pharmaceutical technology that's almost of alien origin. I'm telling you this.
I believe it.
It's really sickening.
Yeah.
There's a certain layer of high tech, super high tech, hundreds of years beyond anything we can imagine that just trickles down to us.
Right. We get the little bits and pieces. Right.
We only get a fraction of 1% of what the technology they have. So when you state these claims that are feasible with our current understanding of technology, it doesn't even go there. You have people who can do astro project, more or less. They have particle beams. They can bring matter. They can bring a tank.
There are people that the people are thinking that they're targeted individuals. This is a growing movement on the media. YouTube has people out there claiming they're targeted individuals. I've seen people actually show me chips in their arm, and I have no idea how that chip got in there. And they claim they're targeted individuals. So I'm not going to disbelieve that. The technology is possible.
You know, I have insiders in different parts of the government, as well as private industry, who send stuff my way. And I always vet my sources, but these 90% of this are just a bunch of lunatics.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, there's always that factor. Hey, there are people calling you a lunatic in here, and I don't believe this for a second. All I can tell you is that the people that are hardcore conservatives don't want to hear from you because you're somehow challenging their perfect cherished belief that their government would never do anything wrong. And this is ironic that the people that are most angry at you are the ones that are so in love with Trump. It's so funny. Yeah, it's entertaining for me, Matt.
Lost sheep.
Yeah. Lost sheep. Many of you Republicans.
Lost sheep.
Yeah. Brain dead lost sheep.
When the New World Order finally takes over, what these people, they're useless idiots. And when they take over completely, they're going to be shot in the head, turned into dog food like the trash they are. They better realize what they are and know who they benefit now. Because society as it is barely tolerates them. In the New World Order society, they'll be fucking sent to the concentration camps and gassed.
You have a compelling argument. People should be concerned about an overtaking totalitarian state, and we are seeing it throughout our country every day with the incessant deaths by cop, A huge amount of people are dying every year by cop, and most of them are unarmed, and most of them are disabled now. And there's all this constant presence of military hardware. They're violating Posse Comitatus daily, and apparently Posse Comitatus is no longer a law. They're allowed now to send the U.S. military into the streets of America. And they've managed to pull this off with the New World Order and the fixed and rigged political system with the two-party system. They've managed to control it so that people think they have the illusion of choice when in fact they don't have any choice. Their choice is to go to the FEMA camps. All right. I don't believe this guy is putting on a fake voice and sustain this. He has an altered voice due to a tumor that was removed from his vocal cords a while back. So don't think for a second that, we've heard voices that are similar to yours, but I actually believe you're credible at this point. Yeah. And he hasn't broken from his line. He doesn't.
Corporate shills. I've dealt with these people before.
Yeah, shills.
They have a problem with it. They can just go suck my dick for all I care. It's like these people like this. You look at Posse Comitatus, and it makes me wish that a totalitarian government would just take over so we could get rid of these guys. Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, ironically, we're never going to get rid of people who are stupid. That's a fact. They're going to be around us at all times, but people who are openly asking questions, that's different.
These are malignant, stupid people.
I know.
These aren't ordinary retards. These are retards who think they're smart.
Exactly. The worst kind. People that think they're smart. I know. Well, you've really helped
Yeah,
go ahead.
I have a tested IQ of 200. I can spot them as almost like supernatural abilities.
Okay, I wouldn't doubt that. There are many people who have high IQs that are seeing through this. Yeah. Well, you keep up the good work, because inquisitive minds like yours, with the tremendous depth of logic that you have, you're able to see a picture like Jeffrey Epstein and say, yeah, that's fake. There's something wrong with that, and then look deeper and realize there's a lot more to the story.
I'm dangerous. That's why we're dangerous. They want us fit away. They want us impoverished, broken, dead. They want the retards like Gavin Newsom. Like the Jeb Bushes, the Scott Walkers. They want those people.
Yeah, they want the retards.
Have the power.
You're right. They want to keep people they can control and power. George W. Bush was so out of it, he literally bragged in front of a group of Yale students that he had a C average and that they could become president too, with a C average. That's what he said. He's like, no, dude, you became president because your dad was president, not because you had a C average at Yale. Kind of ironic.
Yeah. I was at the White House. I was at a foreign correspondence dinner when George W. Bush defecated in his pants right in front of me.
No kidding.
You could smell it. Secret Service walked over and escorted him to the bathroom. George W. Bush has been wearing diapers, adult diapers, since he was governor of Texas.
Wow. This is the first time I've heard that George W. actually had a problem with his bowels. This is quite amazing, yeah. Okay, well, thanks for telling. You got a lot of information. Are you going to write a book soon, or are you in the process of putting a book together?
I've been putting together a draft for the past 20 years. Right now, my issue right now is getting a publisher.
Well, you can always publish right on Blurb has a publishing system that's very affordable, cheap. Blurb.com, I believe, and there's also Amazon, but I wouldn't trust Amazon. But Blurb.com, let me see.
I did talk to a few of the major publishers. They said their idea was to move about 95% of the content.
Yeah, well, the thing is, a lot of these publishers, I knew a guy that actually he wrote a book about the killing of Robert F. Kennedy, or his brother did, and Simon & Schuster had published it back in the mid '80s, but it was released, and the FBI bought up all 50,000 copies, and they literally pulled it off the shelf, and they told Simon & Schuster to cease and desist because they didn't want the story getting out, that the cover-up was so deep about RFK's killing that they didn't want any of that getting out. So it's not the first time. If you write a book that's really a tell-all, They could just pull it. That's why I'm urging you to consider getting it on Blurb and pushing it yourself. You'll be able to bypass the publishers, because believe me, there's nobody more frightened of a lawsuit than a publisher. So bear in mind, just get it out there, man. You seem to have a lot of information. I think you should just do it. Just start writing it.
Well,
really.
I guarantee the day I die, it's going to be out there. All my notes, all my dossiers.
Okay.
It will be out there in the vet of my dad.
Okay, man.
So.
Okay.
He's not going to die with me.
Well, that's good, Larry.
And
that's good.
About the RFK assassination, I met Sirhan in prison. I can tell you he definitely did not kill RFK. Sirhan was nothing but an Arab who could barely speak English and wanted to be a horse jockey.
Yeah, I know.
He didn't even know who he is.
They just knifed him yesterday. He just got knifed. Sirhan just got knifed in jail. He's barely hanging to life. He's in stable condition right now. But it does look like Sirhan was framed. He didn't have any gunpowder residue on his hands. How could he have pulled a trigger on RFK? I mean, it's obvious that they're covering this up. Anyway.
And I think RFK probably had it coming, but I can say the killer was not Sirhan.
Oh, I agree. Well, this guy proposed the theory that the killer was actually the sheriff that stood right next to Robert F. Kennedy. And that got the book completely pulled from the shelves. That was all it took.
Like all these assassinations, Duran, John Hinckley Jr., all of them, they all turned out to be absolute mental retards, people who can't defend themselves. And what needs to be done is have everything public. So many redacted documents from these people.
I agree.
They should videotape everything, let the public come to their own opinion. When you see them interact with this person, it's going to be obvious this tard could not have been the one that killed this guy, because it takes a lot of ability to circumvent a certain parameter, certain security, in order to put a bullet in someone's head with power.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. All of these stories, every one of them leads to another conversation. We could probably have one conversation after another. So I welcome you to call back another time in the future if you feel safe.
Yeah.
Okay, Larry, but thank you very much.
If I can get a secure line right now, I may be dead in a couple days, not by the hurricane, but by government assassins. And I can tell you, St. James Island, it will not be there next time we speak, if at all.
Wow. I'll take your word seriously, and this is being recorded on the show, so that's weird. What was that? Was he sneezing or something? It's like we lost the phone call. It was like, what was that? So Mark had an eBay site. He received in a letter swabbed area he licked with a 23andMe and sent it from it. So you had an eBay account. Mark has an eBay account. He sold something and you saw he had a swab of his DNA and you sent it through and tested it, and he was Ashkenazi Jew. Okay, nothing wrong with Ashkenazi Jew. He may have been just killed. We don't know. He just yelled. We don't know that it was. That could have been we don't know. My gut feeling when I got that call was, it sounds like Rodney. Same thing Scissor Fight said. Yeah, it sounds like Rodney with a voice synthesizer. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if after the hurricane clears and St. James Island has been decimated, this guy was right. Then that adds legitimacy to this phone call, doesn't it? We don't know what happened to. We do know that people are in here threatening my life every night, like Turbo Autism. He just wrote, Dave, I'm going to smash your teeth out. Wow. That's the same guy who just posted a threat earlier saying I'd blow my head off. And the same guy also said he's going to smash my face with a brick, then snap my neck. Well, I'm getting some real big death threats. I must be doing something right tonight, huh? Wow. You know, it's amazing how impotent these people are. They don't have it. They're just sitting in their parents' backyard wondering what to do. Oh, Mom, I'm just saying I'm just going to call up and threaten people. What are you doing, honey? What about getting a job? Shut up, Mom. I just want to continue threatening people. No, I never wore platform shoes. I've had 6'4" since 1978. I'm a pretty tall guy, so I was 6'4" back then, and I still am. As long as I stand up straight, I tower over people. Yeah, well, that was an exciting call. Many of you, obvious Republicans who support Trump, didn't really like it because you don't want to believe that Trump is is actually part of the mob, even though he's close friends with the Gambino family. Well, not really. Didn't we see that Frank Cali claimed that Trump owed him money before he died? Captain Howdy said that. I've always known that Mark is an Ashkenazi Jew, yes. Believe me, I'm not red-pilled at all. I'm open to the theories that, there are people who are Zionists that now have a goal of the New World Order. But I'm not here to hate Israel or hate Jewish people. You guys are fools for falling into that trap, you hollowhoaxers. That was a trap set up by the CIA to make you all look like assholes at the dinner table. Yeah, you're the one guy that says, I don't think the Holocaust ever happened. And then they all look at you and go, oh yeah, he watches a lot of Alex Jones. You're not going to believe this. You want Larry Sinclair for a quickie? Let's take a look.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, somebody just said that they never thought that the lampshades ever existed, that Hitler had lampshades made out of human skin. I saw them for sale at Alpine Village in Torrance in 1977. I'm serious. It said human skin lamp on it. I'm not kidding. There was a Nazi paraphernalia store at Alpine Village. I don't know if it's still there. I wouldn't doubt it's still there, seriously. But they truly were selling lampshades made out of human skin. Mad Dog, you're so insistent upon avoiding the truth that you're hiding under this belief that Trump's going to save your life, and it's pathetic. It really is. Trump's not going to save any of you Republicans. You're all basically food for fodder for their mindless attack on our society. They just want to profit from people like you. You fell for his lies. Your grandmother? I believe it. Yeah. Well, even if 1 million people died, some of you people who doubt the Holocaust, even if 1 million people died, that's still a huge number that died from typhus and other diseases, all caused by Adolf Hitler. And no, I don't need to remind you that Adolf Hitler was a Zionist, just like Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Zionism started in the 1890s, and their primary goal was to create a state of Israel. That's why the Balfour Declaration was created, and the Rothschilds supported it. They had a hard time implementing this plan, so they needed to have a reason to create a state of Israel. So Hitler came into play, and he essentially created a death camp scenario where he was sending them to concentration camps to get them out of the ghettos, claiming that he was helping them. All the while, I muted you because you're using bad words. Yeah. But all the while, the Jews were being carted away. Hitler was in communication with many people in the Zionist world, like the Rothschilds. In fact, they helped support Hitler. The Rothschilds funded Hitler's rise to power through various avenues of bankers. They had bankers like J.P. Morgan working for them, and they sent money to Hitler to the rise of Hitler's power. And even the Windsor family supported Hitler because they wanted to stop the Bolshevik Revolution from pushing into the Western Europe. Yeah. But in any event, because Hitler had really no plans at the time of how to create the State of Israel, according to the current leader of Israel, Netanyahu, there was a communication between Hitler and some of the Muslims who had occupation of that area. And according to Netanyahu, this is what went down. I'm going to play it for you because this is the best assessment I can pull up of exactly how this entire state of Israel was formed and what happened with Hitler.
And this attack and other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920, 1921, 1929 were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them. And he was sought during the Nuremberg trials for prosecution. He escaped it. Later died in cancer after the war, died of cancer in Cairo. But this is what Haj Amin al-Husseini said. He said, the Jews seek to destroy the Temple Mount. My grandfather in 1920 seeks to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So this lie is about 100 years old.
Okay. So Hitler was a Zionist. Trump is a Zionist. Biden is a Zionist. Why are we at war in Iraq and Afghanistan? Obviously to protect Israel. Why are we pushing for a war in Syria, and why has there been a concerted effort to get us to, get involved in all these false claims of gas attacks? Because Israel wants more protection. Why are we being pushed deeper and deeper into the Middle East war? Because Israel wants it. We don't need to do the bidding of Israel, but they can still be our ally. We don't need to hate on Jews to really understand the dynamic here. The only way we're going to pursue any type of peace in the Middle East is to become more objective as a country, because we are a superpower. And what we say will have a big impact on that region. Whether we can open the door to a Palestinian state or not really depends on our ability to remain objective in the dialogue. But if we're so hell-bent on supporting Israel in every matter, Muslims won't take us seriously. They won't trust us. Israel is a Zionist state. I'm fully aware of that, but I'm moving beyond that. Zionism now has taken on a new color. It's now about New World Order control, global control. They got Israel. Now some of the backers of Israel want something bigger. And these people aren't even Israelis. They're not even Jews. The Rothschilds are not Jewish. They're Ashkenazis. And these Ashkenazis were appointed court Jews by the royal Jewish royalty in the 1500s. The Jewish royalty actually appointed the Rothschilds, who were Bowers at the time, to become their money handlers, and they tended their money. And in the process, they became enormously rich. And they conspired together to gain more power, and that's what we have today, is a world dominated by a global financial consortium, if you will. Not a global financial co-op. Because ironically, if this was a co-op, we'd all be, getting a discount. They have control over the monetary system, and they are going to wield that control to further their agenda, which is a new world order. And their primary goal as, new world order people is to get rid of people. They want to depopulate the earth. They want to get rid of 90% of the population. So that brings us into the crosshairs of their plan. And that's why I'm asking all of you to build this third party with me, because we're not going to stop these people any other way. This word of mouth traffic that's going on the internet is blowing past the mind control that's currently in place. They've given you the illusion of the Democrats and Republicans being choice. Clearly the best choice is through the center, and clearly we need a third choice, and that's to unite. So they win by division, we win by uniting. And that's my strong belief that this third party will begin to solve this corruption problem that's taken over our beautiful country. Well, Mad Dog, I have a brain that extends far beyond your abilities. So because you can't comprehend even the conversation we just had from what appears to be a person that didn't break character at all in the phone call. If it's true that Epstein Island will be blown up on the way of the hurricane, we'll see. If it doesn't happen, I'll just toss this guy's testimony down the drain. But if it does happen, we'll be looking at a possible serious investigative reporter making a phone call and telling us some pretty heavy things. Anyway, either way, it'll be in internet history as a YouTube video. And if it doesn't make it on YouTube and they ban this video, the entire video, because he started talking at the 51-minute mark in our show. If they ban the video, I'll just put it on 153news.net, and it will probably get about 3,000 hits in one day. I'm questioning your intelligence in questioning why a guy like that can't make a phone call to us. That, to me, is very seriously messed up. Larry Cheney says, I dropped off the radar after 1985 when the Clintons came for me. Just look him up. He's a well-known journalist. Thank you, Larry, for being upfront about it. Larry Cheney is in the room, folks, and he's making statements defending himself. Thank you, Larry. As you know, I take a very open mind in this show. I wouldn't have a show if I didn't have an open mind. And people think I'm gullible. I'm not. I'm not gullible. I'm a tested, non-stop critical thinker. I engage in growth every night when I take this show. I'm sorry your grandfather died in Auschwitz. I'm so sorry to hear that. So you dropped off their radar after 85 when the Clintons came for you? That's amazing, Larry. Keep up the good work, man. You're very brave to call in our show, and I appreciate that. Yeah, and I don't think anyone should shut somebody down who makes a phone call to me like this. Seriously, I like to be the venue for free speech, and I like to have open conversations about issues that normally are verboten in the media. We talk about Pizzagate. We don't have a problem. You're not going to get your account banned by talking about it here. The fact that Scissor Fight brought up the connection between John Podesta and Stephen Colbert is very interesting. That's a serious... I mean, Scissor Fight's doing investigative journalist work on his own, just discovering these connections. Yeah, when I first saw this, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was pay stuff, but it's true. It's apparently Colbert is the #1 video that debunks Pizzagate on YouTube. He's trying to make it seem like a big joke. The only reason he'd do that is because he's culpable, or allegedly culpable, in this entire case. Yeah, it's going to help you. Yeah. Yeah, here I was, yeah. What do you think is ridiculous about it? Oh yeah. There are people that are denying. Yeah, they're denying that it happened. I agree.
I mean, I have first-account knowledge. Somebody in my family actually survived the Holocaust.
I believe you.
So
I do too.
Yeah.
I have a distant relative, not blood-related, but who did survive the Holocaust. One of my uncles married a woman who had a finger chopped off and barely got out alive. These deniers of the Holocaust are absolutely mindless. They've been listening to the CIA holohoax theories to discredit any real effort to get to the bottom of it. Nazis are not to be trusted.
There's actual footage of it. You've even shown it on the show before.
Yeah, I have. I've shown it to them, and you know what they say, which is ironic? They say it was altered with CGI. No, this footage was done with film back in the 1940s, and I saw it as a kid in the 60s. It was never CGI'd, I assure you. We didn't have CGI in the 60s. So, thank you for your concern, because I don't support holohoaxers at all.
Yeah, me neither, because it's really close to my family. My grandfather actually, he luckily survived the Holocaust. He was put in the gas chamber, but he actually held his breath for 10 minutes, and he was actually able to survive the gassing.
Wow, that's quite a testimony. That's amazing. I mean, believe me, I've been touched by the stories for years. When I started seeing the holohoaxers pop up over the past 10 years, I get pissed off myself too. All right. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you for taking my call, Dave.
You got it. Thanks for calling. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Another legitimate caller. You see, things are starting to happen for us after all these years. We're getting some legitimate calls coming in. Guys trying to make their statement. Larry Cheney says not only is he an investigative journalist, but he's gay. He was molested by a Catholic priest when he was 9. The cardinal came to his house, bribed his parents with hush money. That was your moment when you woke up. Thank you, Larry Cheney. It must have been horrible to be molested as a child. A lot of people are telling their truths, folks, and don't think for a second that they're all liars. You may find a few of them that are lying, no question about it, but we're trying to weed through that and get to the truth. You can't possibly get to the truth without hearing people's testimony. We worry about that, McDundy. I often have to go back and re-edit my videos if someone were to blurt out the N-word in a call. But I listen to a certain level of trustworthiness when I screen these calls before I bring them in. And in the process, I get a feel for, whether this person is going to, jump on the N-word, which is something I would never, ever allow on our show. Okay, what do you got? Twitter, huh? Well, anyway, I'm kind of in a state of shock that America is this stupid that they would believe that our government is perfectly fine with Jeffrey Epstein dying and no more investigation. When kids are involved and children are dying, and that's the weirdest part about this. Okay, we got a video here of 3 people as children in a picture. It's posted by Master Builder. It's miraculous it didn't get taken down, but it's worth noting that what are the odds that 3 teenage friends grow up, lead 3 countries? Wow, look at this. Angela Merkel, Theresa May, and Grybauskaite of Lithuania. Look at that. Wow. What's the odds? This shows the underbelly of nepotism. Now, I never found Angela Merkel to be very interesting as a speaker. And I did a little research and found these pictures even more disturbing. Now, we've always wondered if Nazis didn't remain in power in Hitler's time and after Hitler. But I uncovered this little tidbit. Merkel very likely is the daughter of Adolf Hitler. I just like, what? Clara Hitler, Hitler's mother, and also his sister, ironically, because he's a child of incest. But Clara Hitler looked just like Angela Merkel. And then you look at Hitler sitting with little Angela here. Of course they installed Angela into power. Yeah. And then this picture here, which is just as damning. It shows the same picture of the girls as they got older. Angela Merkel right there in the picture. And zooming up, there they are older in life. Theresa May, Angela Merkel, and the leader of Lithuania. Wow. Okay, that's an eye-opener. Thanks for sending that in. Isn't that amazing, Yvonne? Ivan the Terrible saying, oh my God, yeah. So this nepotism that's been controlling our world, it goes deep. Many of you have wondered, well, I'm gonna look up manufacturing consent by Noam Chomsky, but Noam Chomsky has become so useless as a libertarian, aka Russian sympathizer, that Noam Chomsky has become more of a tool for Russia. I would like to say that Noam Chomsky has been very effective in, explaining everything, but I will at least show you bits and pieces of manufacturing consent tonight in our video. I'll add it to our link library tonight. I'm not opposed to playing his work because he is very, very intelligent. And he talks about the underbelly of the media and how it affected us. But I think Noam Chomsky is also a shill. I've always felt that way. And a shill for the communists as well. Noam Chomsky. Anyway, I'll show you that link if you want to get to it. Look it up on YouTube. It was before Chomsky sold out. He did this video. Okay, good. Guess 216 says true, Dave, but this was before Chomsky sold out. Excellent. We'll take a look at it over time. I have a 2.5-hour video to watch. Manufactured consent. We won't be able to fit it into one night. I only play it in short spurts, but we'll definitely bring you more and more of it. You know, one thing about an online video show like we've got on our show, it gets a little bit boring at times because there's so much to talk about that we actually fit into a simple format, and it kind of, we lose a lot of the interesting part of our show, which could include many different music and entertainment. Even Sarah coming in is bypassed because we've got a local music festival going on tonight, as well as last night, and Sarah doesn't make the shows because she's at the music festival. I've given up time in front of some really good musicians here in our local town for free to do the show. I saw a couple of really good acts today, and I went out and had a good time for 3 or 4 hours at the music festival. But Sarah's, in it for the, evening show, and there's going to be a header and everything. So she's very busy and she's out there having fun. So I don't want to take away from her life. This woman is a woman who, Maria Farmer says she suffered abuse after meeting Epstein in 1996. She's one of the many women, the 15 women that have come out talking about how Epstein raped her, etc., etc. Now, as you know, the entire case has been dropped. They're no longer going to pursue criminal charges in this case, even though Ghislaine Maxwell is very much alive, living in a Massachusetts mansion somewhere. They don't want to interview her. She's too powerful. These people are intelligence gatherers that use women like this. And apparently she claimed that Ghislaine Maxwell is very sadistic in her behavior. She said the British socialite featured numerous accounts given by Epstein's victims cast as an aggressive assistant who would allegedly scout for and offer help to vulnerable youngsters. This is testimony from this woman. And then she's claiming that Ghislaine Maxwell violently groped Maria Farmer, who was 25 when she met Maxwell and Epstein, as well as her sister Annie, who was 16. Maxwell has always denied any wrongdoing, but lawyers for Maxwell and Epstein did not respond to the request by the New York Times for comment on their article. And she talks about how she was introduced as a young girl to Epstein and how Epstein and Maxwell violently groped her. Ghislaine Maxwell is not under investigation, even though she just recently posted some sort of a picture at In-N-Out Burger in LA, and everyone has already debunked it. It was obviously photoshopped. So Ghislaine Maxwell doesn't want to be seen anywhere. Now, Larry Cheney, who called in tonight, said he's been running a surveillance operation on Little St. James for years. So it's kind of a good thing that we got to hear from you, Larry, and got your testimony on our recorded broadcast tonight. Yeah. And you're welcome to hang out in our show as long as you want. I'm good with that. You guys have a serious situation where we've got people prejudiced against gay people in here. Seriously. And they're like trying to make fun of this guy who just openly admitted he's gay. I mean, we don't care if you're gay, man. You're fine. These people who are homophobes, they obviously care. But you definitely have a platform to talk if you want to call in with any of your information that you've gathered. I'm so sick and tired of being censored for the past 11 years that I'm open to, any discussion whatsoever. There was a time when I had to take a risk in running for president of taking on conspiracy theories, and I took a lot of heat for it. And to this day, people still say, man, you're so gullible, you believe everything on the internet, dude. Not really. Actually, we piece everything together and try to distill down to the stuff that does make sense or does have a lot of empty space that's not filled with any information. You read between the lines, that's how you read into stories. And like with all these false flags that have happened, even today in Odessa, Texas, there's no video footage of anybody being killed, but they're saying 5 dead, 22 injured. And then we've got videos debunking that tonight in our evening show we'll be playing after 10. Look, I'm not against a gay person coming in here and sharing their views and not discriminating against them. I'm not in favor of LGBTQ. I'm not in favor of supporting a gay agenda like the Democrats are. But I don't want to discriminate like Trump's doing against transgenders in the military. I'm right in the center, folks. I'm not here to judge gay people, but I'm not here to embrace gayness and telling kids that they should become transgenders. not trannies. Trannies is apparently a bad word according to the LGBT community. So I'm not trying to in any way inspire hate here. So technically the word tranny is used to describe an engine. Yeah, I'm having my tranny work done. So it's a word I'm using instead of, I'd rather use the word transgender. I don't want to give guns to anybody. I want them to have the right to have a gun. I don't want to give them guns. Nor do I want to promote insanity. But don't take away anyone's right to a gun. Hitler did that in the 1930s, used an international gun law that, like the one John Kerry wrote into law and then Trump is still allowing to exist. He used that, invoked that against Jewish people, and he disarmed them all. So he then carted them off to the concentration camps. You know the story from there. If I had to run with Michelle Obama as a VP, I couldn't do it unless she came out as a transgender, excuse me. If she admitted that she was a transgender openly, I would say that's a big step in the right direction. Yeah, she never did that. She never did that. And when we see evidence of she's transgenderism, we have to wonder, I mean, how can a person have something rolling around in his or her groin area in front of the world and not be considered transgender? I mean, it's almost beyond belief. You take a look at this photograph right here. You can see in this photograph, played over and over again, that this is an actual photo. This is not Photoshop, but you can see very clearly that there's something floating there. And it's not just one item, it's two, maybe three. Now, there's no way you can say that's a battery pack or some sort of a, somebody said it's a microphone. No. That is a dude and he has a penis. Michelle Obama is Michael LaVaughn Robinson. There's no doubt about it. Why even bother contesting it? No, it's not an air pocket. Just deal with it. Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't care that Michelle was a transgender except that she lied. I'm more concerned about fraud and lies conducted in the Oval Office. Just like I'm concerned that Donald Trump is lying when he said he had nothing to do with Russia, and now we know from the Mueller's testimony that Trump knew that Russia was rigging the election in his favor and never ever said that to the FBI. I'm not trying to show anything other than proof, Lola. Yeah, proof that Michelle is a dude. I didn't leave it on the screen. It's not like I care. I don't estimate anything about his penis. I could care less. The fact that it is floating around in his jumpsuit is concerning me. I believe we've been defrauded. If you don't start realizing you've been defrauded as an American, you'll never get to the next step of realizing we need a new third party. Yeah, and even Larry Sinclair's testimony, he performed fellatio on Barack Obama in a limousine in Gurnee, Illinois, out in front of the Comfort Inn. That's a serious testimony. He went out of the way to do that. He was a very courageous gay man. And just like Larry Cheney is a courageous gay man for coming in and making these calls and telling us and coming in and backing his statement up. He has every right to be angry at anybody who's hating him for being gay. There's nothing gay about the spray. It's called fruit enzyme. And, you know, I discovered this technique a few years ago where thank you, where I'm able to extend my life, at least my skin's health, I should say, by spraying this fruit enzyme on my face. A study was just found out, that studyfinds.org has just found out that there is a fruit enzyme commonly found in fruit that provide a tremendous barrier to aging. This blood protein was given from younger mice. They found older mice lived longer. Yeah. That's not the same story. I'm looking for something other than that. Here's the story. Medical Express. Let's see if that's it. Here it is. Here's the story. The product is an enzyme in the fruits themselves.
Call from 156-124-4667.
Okay, we're on with Larry again. Hang on. Let's bring it up. Okay, Larry, what's up?
I think that was my, I'm currently in hiding, and I think that was just my phone number. That was just broadcasted.
Well, I didn't want it broadcasted. Sorry.
Okay, well, the thing is that you have Odin the cat in your room, making very homophobic comments. I told her 3 times to quit talking to me. She's been rambling about her religion, harassing me again and again. Mad Dog was doing it too, but I don't see him chatting.
Yeah, I kind of... Odin the cat has now been banned for being homophobic and attacking you with hateful statements.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
Probably.
And your phone number was not completely revealed. I interrupted it right before the full phone number was stated. So.
Well, I'll just change it again. I use multiple burner phones.
Good. Okay. You're smart.
I have to ditch this one.
You're smart to do that. Okay. Any other problems with anybody else? Just alert me. And yeah, that's the best I can do is just ban the guy. He'll be back again under a different name, so bear with it. The chat is always very volatile. You can't really predict who's going to come in and attack us at any time. So sorry about that happening. But you're pretty brave to even talk about being
Mark
gay.
Vaughn is that he's a total low-life idiot.
Yeah.
This one-man rinky-dink operation he's doing constantly broke 3 mortgages on his house. So it's going to be a matter of time before this place isn't around anymore.
You're talking about the show?
I'm talking about Mark Vaughn.
Oh, what do you know about Mark Vaughn? Do you know that he's been making lots of money censoring us?
I know he has a lot of trouble with women and the sexual harassment of them.
Really? I did not know that. I did not know that. I don't know much about Mark. But other than the fact that he gets a lot of money to stop us, to keep people from coming in here. No, he's had a tumor taken off his vocal cords. That's why he has an odd sounding voice. It's not modified. Yeah, but I appreciate you calling in, telling if there's somebody who's really bothering you, call in and I'll ban the guy. Okay? Thank you.
I dealt with these boys. Like, I lived in Virginia as a kid, and you'd have these stupid rednecks, harass me. So I moved to a more tolerant place in Miami, where you have the Haitians, you have the Cubans, you have the Costa Ricans, you have the Caribbean. You just have everything.
Right.
The most gay tolerant city in the world.
Okay. Well, thank you for putting up with that. I appreciate it. Try to stay away from haters. Appreciate that, man.
Okay, so.
Okay.
You'll be the first I inform when I.
Yeah, you got it. And I won't let that call come through the open phone again. Sorry that happened. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Take care, Larry. Not sure what that sound is. It sounded like a like a dog or something in the background. Roof, roof. Anyway, I've got the article for all of you on aging, and they found this drug, or not a drug, but an enzyme called Fisetin. Is a xenotherapeutic that extends health and lifespan. Now, I've been spraying Fisetin on my face for the past few years, and I just have this fresh feeling, and it's all, see how it's like getting all rosy and red, and I keep spraying it, and I think the Fisetin is just kicking into gear. Okay, here's the link to the Fisetin. Medical Express has it. If you want to know how to extend your life, that's one way you can try, as opposed to drinking blood or something. Okay. Yeah. Trump is using my face spray thing now? Are you serious? How do you know that, Busarama? Because he watches our show all the time. He gets a kick out of my show. No, that's not a put-on voice. He had a tumor removed from his vocal cords. My beautiful cat Fluffy says, I will never come to your room ever. I told you ever. Ban me. What's your problem? Oh, you're Odin the cat? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my beautiful... Yeah, I didn't realize you were Odin the cat. Yeah. Okay, well, this is the deal, Odin the cat. I'm sorry you're upset. You cannot attack somebody in our show because they're gay, okay? And that person felt like you were attacking them. So I'm going to unban you. Thank you for clarifying that. I forgot it was you. Yeah. No, that's okay. He attacked you. Okay, well, let's just call it quits, even. I'm sorry he attacked you, but let's just start again, okay? I'm sorry he felt... You see, let me explain something. When a person goes online like Larry Cheney just did, he was attacking straight people. Okay, got it. When a person does that, they're putting themselves on the line. They're really pitching. He's vulnerable. Now remember, Larry Cheney felt like he may not live through the week with all this information gathering he's been doing. Cut him some slack here. Now I'm just saying he's probably overly zealous against certain people attacking him or making statements to him, so he may have overreacted in the show. He had a note on his vocal cord, and it was a growth removed leaving scar tissue. Thank you, Larry. I just want to, I know, but I think we can level the playing field here by saying I don't want people to attack each other based on their sexuality. And I don't want gays attacking heteros for being hetero, and I don't want heteros attacking gays for being gay. I want tolerance. That's what I'm seeking. And I'm sorry I forgot you were my beautiful cat, Fluffy. Well, he was very angry. But I think we can start out again without attacking each other. But Odin and Mad Dog were insulting him while I was on the phone, and I saw that. Well, I think the fact that he felt threatened and that maybe it just got to the point where it just got too much for him. And frankly, I don't blame him or you for being upset right now. You never attacked him at all? Okay, well, I don't know how the wording got so confused at the point where Odin and Larry were in direct attack. I think we can move forward at this point. I don't think you are biased against homosexuals, my beautiful cat. But I think we should level our emotions and try to get them calmed down here. I do a show every night, and I have been doing a show every night for the past 11 years, and I've seen some pretty hostile moments between people, and that's not even close. Yeah, the fact that it was ongoing, whenever you get into a verbal combat with somebody, it gets weird. I know. Yeah, I know you've been true, and I'm not, believe me, I would have unbanned you if I hadn't believed you were true, my beautiful cat, Fluffy. I know, but I forgot it was you. You gotta understand, I'm processing a lot of information constantly. And Larry said he told you to stop talking to me. People are on edge, you know, maybe it's the radio frequencies we're all being exposed to, who knows? There is a gay agenda out there, we've exposed it. The fact that transgenderism is being promoted at the highest levels is of concern of mine. We talked about an organization called Tavistock before, and I discussed how Tavistock was the organization that created the Beatles, and nobody knows that. Very few people know it. It was an organization developed by Adolf Hitler, right after Adolf Hitler, I should say. When the Nazis ended their reign in Germany, Tavistock became a very powerful propaganda tool of the Western media. MI5 pays them money, the CIA pays them the NSA pays them $7 billion a year to manipulate the media with propaganda. Now, they've had such a controversy over how much transgenderism is being pushed that even the governor of the Tavistock Foundation quit over a damning report into Gender Identity Clinic that they created there. So I mean, it's like these people are rapidly trying to push transgenderism because the elitists want us all to become gay or transgender. What is their goal? Their goal is to actually make us not replicate. They want us to stop having children. It's not a conspiracy show. No, I'm merely telling the truth here. The reason why we have wars is all bankers create wars. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's a fact. The reason why our country is manipulated is because we have propaganda companies like the Tavistock Institute that make a lot of money generating propaganda that leads us towards transgenderism. Now, recently, Miley Cyrus, one of Jeffrey Epstein's little girls that he handled, Miley Cyrus, there have many pictures seen of Miley Cyrus with Jeffrey Epstein while he was touching her butt, by the way. And while she was underage, I'm not going to show that picture on the screen, but Jeffrey Epstein created, a lot of the Illuminati puppets that lasted the distance, and Miley is one of them. Okay. That being the case, we've got a mind control video that is out there right now, pretty much creating a push for transgenderism. And they hit you with everything is a social construct right here. Virginity is a social construct. You see that? It flashed in front of your eyes. Virginity is a social construct. Okay, it gets, vulnerable people who are virgins to wonder, what am I going to do? And what am I going to do? Well, you could become this. And it has this guy in the picture. That's your future. So I'm of the belief that Miley is getting funded somehow from Tavistock. I don't know how, but I believe this. I was mind controlled to not have children, yes. One of the things that affected me was the belief that it would cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars to have a child. I don't want to be tied to a job having to get hundreds of thousands of dollars to have a child in this day and age. I know people who've raised, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 kids on welfare. I don't really want to be a welfare parent either. I realize I've been kind of brainwashed in that department and I don't have children because of it, but I'm glad. I actually didn't want kids. I wouldn't want to put them through this. I couldn't do a show every night and have kids and not feel like a bad, guilty father. I would be very upset if I had a kid and came in here and did these shows and my kid was in the other room, being ignored. I would not want that. I can't even imagine it. So I'm glad I haven't had kids. And it's even more scary when you think, what if your kids are taken? Well, 55,000 kids in America are stolen every year from their parents, and their parents have no recall, and they get no response from the police other than, well, we're looking into it. There's a lot of missing kids in your area, and we'll get back to you as soon as we have some information. Oh, yeah, sure, we care. So, I'm not here to discuss the earned income tax credit. It's not a sustainable issue. Ironically, more illegal aliens have gotten the earned income tax credit than U.S. citizens in some areas. In Florida, one address received 47,000 checks. Yeah, IRS refunds. One check. One location, 47,000 checks to illegal aliens. It was only after I made an issue at our show that, ironically, the IRS did some looking and found all these checks were going to one address. I don't know if they're watching our show or not, but it certainly seems like they are. Wang Guang, you're not allowed to come in here and push fake stories that are out there promoting falsity. Thank you. Thank you. There's no feeling, we don't have to have bad feelings for each other. Yeah, he did call you those things. I see that. Yeah. Larry's not denying that. Yeah, we see that Larry did that. Yeah. Did he just do it just now? Larry, are you doing this recently? Have you done it since? I'm trying to find if Larry has posted that since we had the conversation. You've posted it, yes. I can't, you keep posting it. I can't even see the chat. I'm trying to scan to see if Larry did that. Yeah, he did it earlier before the call, but I thought we worked that out, Odin. You're still dealing with the your anger. I get that. He just said, quit talking about me. Yeah. He can get any guy he wants. That's right. You're jealous. He says he gets more penis than you do. I see that. He wants you to stop talking to him. Didn't you get that message? Yeah, exactly. And Larry hasn't repeated that against you. He hasn't talked to you at all, other than saying he gets plenty of, you know what. Yeah. Yeah, he said it, and I'm just reading from the chat. Yeah. So I think what we have here is in this case, a failure to communicate doesn't apply. A failure to communicate too much applies. Yeah, he just doesn't want you talking to him. Now, Larry, there's a utility that you can acquire here, and you can put him on. You can put Odin on ignore, and Odin can put you on ignore. She just did that. You may want to do that, Larry. You right-click on her name and it put her on ignore. Okay. I know. I miss IRC too, but IRC is vulnerable to chat IP exchange. Unless somebody goes in and cloaks their IP, everybody's vulnerable to IRC. I'd love to get IRC to work right up in our show, but it's still got a vulnerability issue. Okay, good. Thank you, Larry, for ignoring her. Sarah's not coming in anytime soon tonight because, as you know, I do the show regardless. She is the one who wants to have a good time and enjoy life, and I don't want to take that from her. No, she hasn't gotten a theme song yet. But I can tell you, I don't want to deprive her of a fun time with her family. And she's out having fun with her family right now. I think that's awesome. I went out and had fun with Sarah today at the music festival. We saw 2 great acts, really good quality blues beyond belief. And another rock and roll, kind of a rockabilly that was really awesome, incredible. And I saw a Dixie, kind of a Dixie country band that all they could think about is Jilted Love. And I didn't like that. All these guys would talk about, these old men would talk about how they had nightmares of their wife cheating on them. And it was just so sad. You know, a lot of Western songs are all about, you know, she left me and I didn't deserve it. That kind of thing. So we saw that too, but I didn't like that. I hear you, Odin. I'm sorry you got banned. Okay. You've awoken me to the fact that you're here permanently as a guest. Yes. No, Sarah is not a slave. No, she's just upset that she was banned earlier. She's going through that. She said, I don't want to ever be banned again, or I'll never come back here, David. And that's true with her other account. And I don't want to lose supporters over this incident. I really don't. But there's no reason to take this to a higher level. We're all entitled to our individual sexuality, and we can just put that whole thing to rest, okay? Well, again, Larry, you don't need to egg her on either. Thank you. Thank you. Let's talk about other things besides what we just encountered. The U.S. unleashes military to fight fake news disinformation. How ironic, considering the U.S. is in charge of fake news and disinformation. They're unleashing the military to fight it. Fake news and social media posts are such a threat to the U.S. security that the Defense Department is launching a project to repel large-scale automated disinformation attacks. DARPA created a custom software that can unearth fakes hidden among more than 500,000 stories, photos, video, and audio clips. So they're using the guise of stopping fake news to censor us even more. Talk about a BS reason to create an agency and attack everybody speaking out. U.S. officials have been working on plans to prevent outside hackers from flooding social channels with false information. The drive has also been hindered by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's refusal to consider election security legislation. Now, this is interesting. Maybe they're trying to do their best over at DARPA. Who knows? Because Mitch McConnell is receiving money to get reelected by Russia. A Russian oligarch is funding Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell extensively for re-election. And now Mitch McConnell is trying to stop it. That's interesting. Critics have labeled him Moscow Mitch, saying he left the U.S. vulnerable to meddling by Russia, prompting his retort of modern-day McCarthyism. Well, I'm sorry, Mitch, but you're on the payroll of a Russian oligarch. You better wake up there, buddy, because we're going to pursue you. If I were president right now, we'd be charging Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham with espionage. And I would be leveling charges against Brett Kavanaugh, too, for enabling Russia to fund super PACs. In 2011, Brett Kavanaugh passed a law as a judge that allows super PACs to fund U.S. elections and individuals. And that could come from Russia. International super PACs can come from Russia. So Brett Kavanaugh would be probably charged with the crime, too. He's working for Russia, and so is Mitch McConnell, and so is Lindsey Graham, and now they're trying to prevent the DARPA from actually preventing fake news from being promoted outside of our country. So I'm actually interested in that article. I actually grew a little more respect for DARPA on that article. Oh, somebody found a kitten, successfully captured it, and looks maybe 3 months old. If anyone in the New York or Jersey area wants to adopt it, you want to contact this, or if you lost a kitten, contact this guy at hicksonhammer@cryptoscape.com. Oh, that's so sweet. Meow. Meow. She's all alone. What a sweet little kitty. Meow. Okay, well, you got the information now. You can adopt that cat out if you're in New York. Yeah. Yeah, that's a ticket. No, I'm not a butthurt Democrat. I'm a guy who's angry at the Democrats for not prosecuting Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham. I'm not a butthurt Democrat, no. I left the Democratic Party a long time ago. What you are is an absolute Trump suck-up with a brain of a small turd who sits there and thinks that Trump is fighting the deep state. And when Trump can't even prosecute Hillary, gave up on the birther issue, turned his back on 38% of our country who wanted to stop the Obama deception from happening. What you are is a complete moron who has no clue as to how Trump is a complete and utter flip-flopper. Flip-flop, flip-flop. So what you are, sir, is not admitted into our room. It says ex-Dems and ex-Rups. You're a suck-up Trump-tard with your head so far up your ass you're smelling your own shit. Okay, so I had to put that guy out of the show. He's just worthless. Yeah, it's kind of sad that we have people like that, Trump-tards, coming to the room. It says ex-Dems and ex-Republicans. You're not allowed here. Got more pics on every single section of the world. I've got a few links brought to me tonight of all these pictures of Orgy Island. Now, if what Larry Cheney says is true, we're going to be not seeing the real Orgy Island pretty soon. If they're going to take it down and they're getting rid of it, we still have lots of photographs of this. But if the hurricane wipes it out, we'll know that Larry Cheney's telling us the truth. He says that he knows that they're setting charges at Jeffrey Epstein's Orgy Island to get rid of it, to eliminate it. They want to get rid of all evidence of the killings that have gone on there. And Larry Cheney said that the manifests show young girls going on the planes and no one coming back. So this very well could be a case of Jeffrey Epstein not only faking his death and getting out free man, but also a massive cover-up of what appears to be a connection to Donald Trump because he's a good friend of he's a good friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Larry Sinclair. Yeah, Donald Trump was actually visiting with Jeffrey Epstein at Mar-a-Lago when he was accused of raping a 13-year-old. I have not sacrificed 12 years of my life to do the show, no. I sacrificed 15. This show was in pre-production well before 2008. I'm more than sacrificing 15 years of my life to do this. Anyway, the massive cover-up is because Donald Trump's good friend Jeffrey Epstein has the goods on Donald Trump and could confirm whether he raped a girl named Katie or not. Jeffrey Epstein was too important to national intelligence to let sit in a jail and get beaten up. They needed to get him out, and they found an avenue to do it. They blocked out one of the video signals. The penitentiary at... That's right, the penitentiary did block out one of the video signals. That's a fact. And they ushered Epstein out and the imposter in. They beat the imposter up, broke his neck, strangled him, and killed him. And then left it as the body of Jeffrey Epstein. So somebody died at that cell. It wasn't Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we're dealing with, people. I'm not trying to make this up. This is a fact. Everything I said tonight was a fact. The statement that somebody released on 4chan may have been altered, but it came out 10 minutes before the actual report of Jeffrey Epstein's death. Your call is being blocked because you've been a troll in the past. David, did you tell that they are driving the hurricane? Or I believe that they are able to create hurricanes. I believe that this hurricane, Dorian, which is pressing down on our coastline in Florida. Okay. You're being blocked because you've had blocks before. That's only because you probably tried to troll us. I believe that the current hurricane pressing down on Florida is possibly man-made. I believe that Hurricane Sandy was man-made. Right around the time the 2012 election came along, Chris Christie and the mayor of New York said, oh, Barack Obama was such a great assistant in relief, and it gave Obama the approval he needed to win the 2012 election. It wasn't like a big challenge to beat John Kerry. Excuse me. Thank you. John McCain. They also searched Epstein's New York home, and the Arizona state will be searched soon. Yeah, I don't think they're searching it at all. I believe that Epstein's alive and that they've ushered him out of the country, and they're trying to get all the evidence they can away from those locations so nothing is compromised. I believe that the deep state is very concerned about suppressing any evidence that Jeffrey Epstein may have on various politicians and rich and famous people. He's had a lot of people at Orgy Island, and he's could have gotten any one of them in compromising situations with sex with children. And all of it would be on videotape. So if you're looking at a sting operation to stop or to get evidence on Jeffrey Epstein, who's now dead, I don't see any legitimate court order allowing that. Right after Epstein died, I saw a video of a drone showing the New York PD and the FBI at Epstein's estate at Orgy Island, going through his papers and shuffling through books and stuff, and then all of a sudden the FBI and the NYPD put cardboard covers over the windows because they didn't want anyone looking in. What are they hiding? They're agents of the government. What are they hiding? Why would they want to hide going in and checking to see if there's any more evidence? And where was the court order for that? I have yet to trace it to the civil case regarding Virginia Roberts Giuffre. No court order to go in there and establish control of that evidence. It looks like they were going in to clean out any evidence, not find evidence. And I'm considering right now what's happening is a possible massive cover-up. Jeffrey Epstein is clearly alive, okay? He's somewhere in the world doing what he's done in the past, and he has all that evidence against people still, and it's still in play. They think they put a lid on this entire case. They think they've shut it down, and they think they can suppress it in the media. And so far they've been able to do it, except our little show right here, where we talk about this and share information. They don't want this show to exist. They don't want us to exist. They would rather control everybody that's out there. I've had people make credible offers of $300 million to have me cease and desist what I do every night. Because I'm not materialistic and could care less about money, they can't buy me. It's amazing how these people operate. They really believe that everybody in the world is buyable and easily buyable. I'm not buyable at all. And they're dealing with a force more powerful than they've ever dealt with when they took me on. I'm not about to give up my quest to get to the truth. And nobody's going to be able to stop me unless they put a bullet in my head. I would never commit suicide, so that's out of the question. But I can tell you this show, I'm almost sure, will be probably censored by YouTube. I can almost guarantee it, even though we haven't done anything to violate their terms of service. But if they do censor this show and stop it, I will immediately post the full 4-hour show on 153news.net. I promise you that. We had a show that was censored 2 years ago. Completely censored. It was actually censored recently, but it was put up 2 years ago. We got only 3 hits on YouTube, because my YouTube site is completely censored. I get like 3 hits for 3 million views. It looks like 3 people have looked at it. So because of that, they decided there was something in the picture they didn't like. I think it was some fake blood that I showed from the New Zealand massacre. And they pulled my video completely. I put that video that, mind you, only got 3 hits in 2 years on YouTube. I put that video on 153news.net. I got like 3,000 hits in 2 days. I haven't even checked to see how many hits I've had since then, but there is a concerted effort by YouTube to cull anybody, especially me. I'm probably one of the first people out there who's been censored by YouTube over the past 7 years. They expected me to go away and, cower because I only had 3 hits on YouTube. They expected me to quit because I couldn't get a cent of AdSense dollars off of anything I ever did. I'm not in this for the money. I never was. I'm set financially. I don't have a worry in the world. And what really shocks these people is that somebody at my level could be set financially. They think we should all be greedy and we should all constantly worry about our 401ks and our future and our retirement policies. I don't care because I own everything. I own everything outright. I don't have any debt load like Trump does. I have nothing holding me back from being myself and fighting for the American people. Nothing is going to make me bought off or controlled by these scumbags. So when you get people like Alex Jones that makes $20 million a year doing what the deep state tells him to do, and you saw how Alex Jones flipped on Michelle Obama being a transgender, he totally flipped on that. When he flipped on Sandy Hook and completely renounced anything he said, and he completely flipped on every other story that was related to Trump. He was angry at Trump, and he started endorsing Trump. You saw that, how that happened. We are looking at multiple shills out there that are bought off in the media. Joe Rogan happens to work for Sacred Cow Productions, which incidentally is in charge of Alex Jones, or whoever the guy is that plays Alex Jones, because he doesn't appear to be Alex Jones. Okay, NOAA just Hurricane Dorian to a Category 5, folks. It's bearing down heavily at the coastline of California. Thank you. Let's go to the map, spaghetti map of Hurricane Dorian. In that region, there have been very few hurricanes that have actually turned into oncoming prevailing winds. One of those is Hurricane Sandy, like I said, in 2012. But this hurricane is clearly very similar, turning into, look at how it's migrating into the wind, prevailing wind. Historically speaking, hurricanes like this never existed. The spaghetti patterns for all the hurricanes over the past 100 years have shown that they usually go up the coast and disappear. But now they're heading directly at Florida. This is not the first, it's actually the third one in the past 6 years that has done this, 7 years. Because like I said, in 2012, Hurricane Sandy did this. So it does look like they're engineering this. Right, Bill Hicks and his friend Kevin Booth created Sacred Cow Productions, which now hires Joe Rogan. These people are shills, people. They're completely AdSense whores that make money on their show. Now, I've had no subscribers added to my list at YouTube. In the past 9 years, or 8 years, I've had very few, if any, subscribers added to my YouTube account. We started about the same time the Young Turks started. In that time period, they've acquired 2 million subscribers, and I've acquired none. Now, mind you, I have been on the show daily talking about our YouTube channel and sending people to our YouTube channel. We have a link on our website, America's Third Party, to our YouTube channel, but I get no subscribers. So it's clearly obvious that I'm heavily censored on YouTube, and I really don't care. And that's what really bothers these people. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. I'm upset. I protested it. I disputed it, and they've ignored me. But I don't really care. I'm playing a much bigger game. I'm playing a chess game from eternity that no one in their right mind would ever win against me because I've already pre-planned this entire thing out. I'm way ahead of those people. When I started broadcasting in 2009 or 2008, our show was I knew I'd be censored. I made a video here in 2008 of what I was trying to do, which was to constantly broadcast an effort to build a third party against Barack Obama. And this was me on day 54 prior to the election for Barack Obama.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle.
Okay, as you can see, I do look younger now, and that's primarily only because I've been working. I'm on a very strict regime, and I even showed you some of the secrets I use, like this fruit enzyme spray. But I'm truly trying to stay as young as I possibly can because these people expect me to get old. They expect me to wither away. I'm not going to get old, and I'm not going to wither away. I'm getting tougher and stronger and younger every day because I'm dealing with a force more powerful than they even understand. I'm dealing with the truth. And they say the truth will set you free. It does. It frees your mind of all the stresses of life. Ever since that video, I've actually had a less stressful life than I've ever had. Prior to that video, I was stressed out. I was in a business that was pretty much struggling in a tough economy. I was stressed out because I'd lost my parents 7 years earlier, and I was still reeling from the loss of my parents. It was a tough time. So all the stress is gone, and I became debt-free at the age of 40. So I've been living a pretty good life, and I'm proud of the fact that I don't have to worry about, the aging factor. But the fact is, this effort it takes almost a monolithic effort to be a strong leader and find a pathway for us to get out of this hellhole of corruption that we're in right now. And doing the show every day has given me the ability to understand this layer of corruption that we're looking at. 10, 11 years ago, I didn't know what we're dealing with. I had no idea what we were dealing with. I knew that the powerful elitists had taken over our country, but I didn't know how they did it, and I didn't know the mechanism by which they did it. In the past 11 years, I've learned how they're doing it, and I'm emphatically correct in believing that they're doing it through a Zionist force operating out of a synagogue in Long Island, New York. Chabad Leibovich is the center of the storm of all the money that Trump and the Democrats have been getting. Chabad Leibovich started growing when Nazis came over here, leaving Germany after World War II. And these Ashkenazis hid as Jewish people. I mean, believe it or not, Nazis became Jews and they moved to America. I didn't have a good inheritance. I had just enough to survive. I saved money as a young man. I did a lot of work in Hollywood, and I managed to save my money. But I only got a mobile home out of my inheritance. That was it. I took care of my parents till their dying days, and out of it I received the will gave the mobile home to me. So that's all I got out of it. And I never cashed out of the mobile home. It wasn't a good inheritance at all. I didn't get a good inheritance. It's just a mobile home. I mean, seriously. I'm not one of these trust fund babies. But I'm a scrapper, and I can tell you that I'm not in any way worried about my future. It is sad that she sued me. She was not in the right. She didn't have a right to do that. I don't disown anybody unless I have a reason to. Yeah, and I don't have a reason to disown her at this time in my life. I believe that, there's a part of me in my youth that I, really had a reason to have a sister. And I don't see any reason to, not have a sister. But at the same time, suing me and slandering me in the media doesn't sit well with me. So I have certain parameters that I live within. I never met Tony Clifton, no. But the concern I have right now is that we are literally drowning in a sea of corruption. Our country is rudderless. Its foreign policy is being run by Zionists. We don't have an objective view toward the problems in the Middle East. And that's cost us because we aren't making any progress toward peace. We're also alienating strong allies in the region because of Trump's hardline stance against Iran. Now, I was the one that suggested we not sign the treaty with Iran, simply because it was forged in corruption. John Kerry and Barack Obama wanted to put a feather in their cap before they left office. Giving Iran a nuclear weapon was not a good move, nor was giving them $155 billion in cash and credit. So Trump copied my idea of not signing the treaty. I was way ahead of him on this. But I also said, don't impose economic sanctions except on certain items that are used to make counterfeit currency. He didn't listen to that part. He imposed all economic sanctions on Iran and now wants to punish them and act like somehow he's the big winner. Well, I'm sorry to say, but he's not the big winner. Ironically, 18 trading nations are now pissed off at the U.S. because they can't get oil from Iran or anything. And China is royally angry at Donald Trump. Now, there are groups in the Republican Party like Steve Bannon, who's coming out with a movie characterizing Huawei or a company like Huawei as the great evil trying to destroy America. And there are reactionaries like Steve Bannon that are pushing the agenda of hating on China. But I really don't think that we need to continue this aggression. And I think we need to come to at least the talking point on the trade talks. Thanks, Cortland. Cortland Haymaker says, nice hair today, Dave. Thanks. Connie's she's a very aggressive go-getter. My sister is very much an amazing person in her own right. She is working in the industry. She does work in Hollywood, or not in Hollywood, but for film and industry. And she's a very aggressive person. I respect the fact that she's always in there swinging. It's great. But, I'm not quite like her. No, I will not. I've never signed a non-disclosure agreement, honestly. I've never, ever made any deal with anybody. I'm yours. I'm the people's president, if you choose me. Yes, Connie's very smart and very capable. She just was very, very angry she didn't get much in the will. She got my mother's ring and her jewelry. She wanted more. She wanted half the mobile home, I guess. But she didn't get it, so that's why she sued me, I guess. I don't know. I never really could get to the bottom of that. Well, I will be a force to deal with someday in the American politics. Right now, I'm just a guy they censor. And they're very concerned and frightened about my presence out there. I had a chance to go to D.C. about a month ago. And I went to Washington, D.C., and I walked all around the Capitol with Sarah. We walked about 10 miles all around D.C. And it was very invigorating. We got a chance to meet all my representatives. And I even had a chance to look into a couple of their meetings and look them straight in the eye. And I saw fear. I really did. I don't know. I sensed it. And I'm not a guy who would ever hurt anybody. I'm totally dedicated to nonviolence, but they're frightened of my political power that I'm generating online. They don't understand how I've been so successful despite all their attempts to stop me. To this day, they're still shocked in disbelief that I even exist. So because I'm very clear on the pathway to helping build this third party, I have kind of an ironclad disposition toward a third party. I really believe that the only way out is through the center of the political spectrum. And I'm more than willing to give people a time in the discussion from both sides. And I listen to both sides too. I see the fiscal conservatives' points. I see the social liberals' points. I don't see the social conservatives' points, and I don't see the extreme left wing's communist points. I just don't get those. I think that they're being misled. So I'll always try to bring people back to a centrist position whenever we have a discussion on any of the issues. I'll be trying always to find common ground. But there's a big trap in our political system, and it's the third party trap. And we're not going to get past it unless we get people to get us on the ballot, and that's not going to happen. So I keep doing the show regardless.
I saw my other friend too.
Oh, good. Oh, cool. Excellent. It was a fun time. And you went to the some of the evening stuff? Good.
A little bit.
Great.
Kind of left a little bit with that one singer that I'm like, he just repeats himself.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Leroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've heard his music before. It's not, a wake-up call to know that people do the same thing over and over again. I'm amazed that a lot of musicians actually fall into a rut. You can't help it. I mean, Dave Matthews sounds like Dave Matthews whenever he sings, Madonna sounds like Madonna every time she sings.
I do like speaking the truth. Speak your truth.
Yeah.
So your version of the truth isn't necessarily my version of the truth. But yes.
All right, we're going to let Sarah take over the show. She came in for some time, and I'll be taking a break. Thanks for talking, everybody.
Oh, I also have to do some other stuff. Yeah.
Oh, so you got 10 minutes or so?
No, later. I'm good. You
okay,
can take
just give me 10 minutes and I'll be right back.
30 minutes. It's okay.
Well, I never did
Take
feed the
till
fish, and yesterday either, too. So
yeah.
I think I'm going to throw some fish food out there.
Yes. Good.
Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, take your time. I have a ring, but I don't plan on having a wedding. Even though it's such a nice day for a wedding. No. There goes David. Beam me up. Oh, okay, Larry. Thanks. David is going to feed the fish, maybe have some dinner because I didn't give him a break this evening. He's going to do a couple other things. Well, but Busorama, you say there's truth and there's falsity. There's not your truth and my truth. I believe, though, there is interpretations of truth. So you might be talking, and I might be interpreting what you say differently than what you mean. Sometimes that happens. Hello, guest, and hello, 5-8 Tiddly D, and all those guests, like 584 and others. I would love to see Trump impeached, FLP 21. That's what I think about the Trump's impending impeachment. And I actually really have to say there's this it might be a Republican congressman. I always thought he's Republican. Let me see. No. Yes, I remembered his name. I will see. Oh, Democratic. Yeah, I like that basically all my congressional members want impeachment. Kegels, maybe? Stormy Daniels? I don't know. What are you talking about, Antique? I don't know what you're talking about. Hello, 407. Thank you. Yeah, I know. When are they going to finally impeach him? I don't know. I hope it happens, but I don't know. I do believe in objective fact. Objective fact is something you can show with video, right? As long as it's unaltered video, then that to me is objective fact. Unaltered video. But now they have technology where you can put and make it seem like I'm saying something I'm not saying. Is that fact when it looks like I'm saying it, even though I didn't say it? No. That's why actually some congressional members are talking about laws that make that illegal, which I think is a good idea. Oh, well, there was propaganda. I will say that you say, David said earlier, I was brainwashed into not having children. I don't know if that's quite accurate, but I will say that I've talked to David about when I was in middle school. I very clearly remember a discussion about how the world is becoming overpopulated, and recalling that if the world is overpopulated, the one thing, like, I like to solve problems, so the one way I could help solve the problem of overpopulation is by not, that's weird, what is this right here? Not having children myself. So anyway, I don't know if it was brainwashed, but we were having a conversation in I remember that was in social studies class. Why was there no push to impeach Obama? Well, there was no evidence that he purposely interfered with the election via Russian meddling. Also, there have been in Mueller's testimony, Mueller said if Trump was innocent of wrongdoing, he would have said so. He would have said, hey, he's clearly innocent. But that means that he's not clearly innocent, and the only people that have the power to do anything about that is Congress. Well, I think he's already upset a lot of people, 584. But I guess he hasn't upset Tiffany D. He still seems to be a Trump supporter. Yes, I do remember that long road trip and the empty land I passed by in the long road trip. What about it, Busarama? I think I was saying that to Stormy Daniels Antique, that Kegel's comment. Yes, there is a lot of empty land that's unpopulated. And, you know, I used to think, oh, it's unpopulated, so much empty land is unpopulated, but it doesn't have irrigation and things like that. But there are places out there that have irrigation. Like, South Dakota, upstate New York, Maine, Western Massachusetts. There's a lot of land out there that's not very populated. But man, land around here is so expensive. It's like everybody wants to live in the same place. I am very fortunate that I live with David and he owns land. I couldn't afford to live here if it weren't for him. Oh, you're saying, did someone lie to me about overpopulation and having children? I don't necessarily think so, because I still believe that, I mean, the world is still a lot more populated than it was before. And I still think that, fortunately, science advances in science have helped with population. But good night, Tiddly Dee. I'm glad that you're working. I hope everyone, thank you for your contribution to society. The population has definitely increased over time. I think there were also, it was interesting because the population kind of stopped, it kind of did, it didn't rise as quickly as anticipated after Roe versus Wade, the Supreme Court decision. Antique, Bengalitis, hello. Blue Medic 2, you're here. Awesome. Thanks for watching the show. Busarama, chat room celebrity, Cortland, hey. Is that like Western hay? Hello. Daweed, Shekel. Ending ATP. Does that mean you stay until the end? Hello, Final Dream, having a drink. Howie did it. 30. So the first 29 usernames were banned, but you got 30s, okay? That's good. Hey, Daryl VJ just joined us. Awesome. Wong Gong Guang. Isn't that something like whatever gang? I'm a Pisces. Hello, Joe Pesci. I don't know if those people are really in the room. I am doing good, Daryl. I could have continued to prepare for the school year, but no, today I did not do anything really school related except make a list of things I need to do. No, I did one of the things on my list, so that's good. Instead, I had a really good day. I went and watched some music, then I went to lunch with my family that's been visiting, and then wow. Okay, I'll leave that. Good. I did watch it, Busarama. Good. Yes, I went to a concert today with David, which was really good. And then I did, odd jobs before I did my current job, just like everybody else does. Hello, cereal. Yes, I am a cereal. I eat cereal. I am doing well. Yeah, so I went to a concert. It was, it's kind of like an all-day concert. So I went to see it. We went and saw a band before lunch. Then went to lunch. Had a really good lunch. Then went to go see a couple more bands that were really good. Then I went to a friend's house, had some dinner, and then went and back and to see a band and saw part of a band, and then came home. Because he was threatening his life, Daryl? Maybe something similar to what you think, 216. Yeah, I mean, the guy obviously came in with a gun. He shows it. Threw something on the counter. Grabbed his phone, left. Yeah, that was today. And then tomorrow, I know my friends are going to go watch some Teen Talent. I think I'm going to go back. I'm going to do some work in my classroom. That's what I think I'm going to do. That or Monday. Hello, 216. Okay. Well, I don't teach art, so I usually don't have clay available for students to throw. I did substitute in an art class one time, and it was really cool to watch in a pottery class and watch the kids throw clay. That was pretty cool to watch them create bowls and things like that. And yeah, different things. I said I didn't say what my job was before teaching. I don't really want to give you all that personal information. Yes, true, Busarama. That is true. Did a variety of things. Yep. Yeah, everybody does different jobs before they find their career. Legal secretary was one of my jobs. I'll leave it that one. Yep, so I was a legal secretary for a while. I did that while student teaching, so that was kind of my last job. I didn't work at McDonald's when I was as an employee. However, for a couple of years we did this, it's called Make Teacher Night, where the teachers work with McDonald's employees, and McDonald's gives the school part of the fundraising, and so I did, you could say I worked at McDonald's like 2 nights of my life, 2 or 3 nights. An ex of mine had a newspaper route. I remember he got a truck to help him on his newspaper route, and he had the cool got these great gloves that were, so he could still use his fingertips so he could toss out the newspapers. There was a restaurant where I did a little bit of that. I didn't really have any horrible jobs. It was good. I did retail, all the, lots of different things. Not for a very long time, 584. Do you? What gave you that impression? Yeah, where do you go then, Daryl? Or where do people go? No, I never have. That's a weird question, Busarama. Italian actor, bodybuilder Franco Colombo dies at 78. What's the question go? What do you mean by that? Like the Chinese checker game? Oh, sure. Well, I appreciate that he wants to keep my private life private. Ms. Oh, yeah. I think I have an uncle that lives in Florida. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I see you got 2 bags of
Okay.
bird food. Thank you. That's more than enough for the whole winter.
Higgins' missing body
Yeah, thank you for getting all that.
was flying away in the hurricane. Yeah. Nope. He does not, Sarah.
Yeah, they will. It's very popular, I assure you. I'll love it.
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't go into anything. Not for a long time, 584. You live outside Orlando? I hope you are doing okay. I'm a Pisces. Who? What? Stormy Daniels? Yeah, thanks, Misanthropy. Fortunately, Monday is Labor Day, so no school, and I still have Tuesday. When I say going on Monday to work, I'm like talking about prepping my classroom a little bit better. Yeah, anyway, but I will have students this week. Oh, that means it's like 1 week until my graduation. It means like next time at this Next week at this time, I will have walked in my graduation. That's pretty cool. What? I can't believe David promised that.
Right there.
I know it looks pretty cool. Like I'm just here chilling in the White House.
Okay.
Yes, I have. Would that describe you, Sarah? Bowls of food. From what I understand, an incel is an involuntary celibate. Someone who would like to have intercourse with someone, but hasn't for a while or forever. You like pie. I thought you just liked cereal. Yeah, I think I just saw this. Have I seen it multiple times? Maybe. Yep, I have seen it multiple times. Thank you. I take it that David's seen it then too. Oh, goodness. No, I really don't, Stormy. Why would you ask that? That would infer that no. Sarah, why would you ask that? Yep. Vinny? Yes, that's what David said. That's what David believes. Yeah, Antique, no, I disagree. If you're in fear for your life, you tell them to stop. I don't know. Yeah. You probably are right. No, I don't believe that. Well, wait. I guess that goes back to versions of truth. He had a gun, Busarama.
Busarama.
That's a good question. Serial, I'm not sure. I don't know yet. Vinny, Antique is not a woman. Oh, sorry. Sarcasm is so hard to read on the screen. It's very difficult to tell when people are being sarcastic, even when they type in all caps. I get it though. But yeah, sarcasm doesn't come across very well in text. Unless you write, he said sarcastically. Well, I guess Ann did his job then. HBI, how about it? HBO. Whatever that's at home box office. Oh yeah, I like that sarcasm. I don't count it as that. No, Sarah. In fact, David wouldn't be the only bachelor in the White House. James Buchanan, Grover Cleveland. There's one other too. I'm a little tired too, Daryl. Abe was married twice, but I think he was married. I don't think his time in the White House was when he was single.
Okay, so
No,
somebody's showing down.
it doesn't make me upset. I'm, as hopefully you realize with me, I like to go with the flow.
Yeah,
I'm a
she's
pretty easygoing person.
easy going.
Not a lot makes me upset. Okay, I will play it for you. 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 21 seconds.
You're right.
No, here we go.
What was the question?
It wasn't a question as much as it was a statement. Oh wait, it's muted.
People to own.
Yeah, you know, that's a great idea. I'm glad I brought that up. Nope, afraid not. You've been purged. You're not allowed in here. Yeah, you're at Melco. Yeah, we remember you. Yeah, so here I was after 500 hours of broadcasting, 50 days, 10 hours a day. And no, I didn't get much sun back then. And it was tiresome. So you know why I don't do 12-hour shows. But I decided to do one for today as the first Labor Day 12-hour show. I'll do one next year, too, if I'm still around. Thanks. That's at 59 seconds?
29 seconds or something.
And that's where it's queued up?
No, that's him saying that you would do a 12-hour show for Labor Day.
Oh, I would, yeah, if I could, but I can't do it. I would if I could. Yeah, I would, but I can't. You know, the problem is it's not possible to do a show every day, 9 hours a day. So we had to break it down to 8 hours a day. I did pull 1 hour off the show in the evenings. So Sarah made a
Misanthropy was looking forward to Labor Day all year because you said you would do a 12-hour show.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, if this is like a requirement, I'd have to start it at what time? Since I close it at 1 in the morning, I'd have to start it at 1 in the afternoon. Is that what you're saying?
Noon, I guess. I don't know.
No, 1 would be 1 to 1. Is that it?
What was his 12-hour increment?
No, I mean, it was 2 to 2 because we used to do a broadcast till 2.
But he didn't record it for 12 hours.
I'd love to keep my word, except I have never not kept my word. But my point is, it's like, how can you expect me to do a 12-hour show without support of Sarah? She only can give me 2 30-minute segments. That's all she can commit to.
Is that why you did a 12-hour show on Labor Day? Maybe because I was like, I'm going back to school, so...
You gave me more time, yeah.
No, because maybe I didn't give you more time. Maybe I
don't
was
know.
like gone all day working at the classroom and you're lonely, so...
Maybe you. I don't know. Well, you know, I could easily do a 12-hour show every day. I'm actually thinking of if Cool Rock starts.
Don't
I may
say
do a 20.
he's not going to
No,
do that.
I'm not going to plan on doing it. I said I would, but that's not a. I'm going to. That's like I could and I would, if I could. But I honestly could do a 12-hour day every day. But that doesn't mean I should.
Yeah, you do have a good memory.
Yes,
Labor
I do.
Day. You remember that all the way from Labor Day of last year.
Well, you know, when you live and breathe the show, it's easy to remember key points that stick out in your mind. Like,
They,
gee, I want to
watched
see
the
that.
video over and over again.
Well, the fact that he found the video over and over again. And
Well, he found the video. I said, really? David said that? And he's like, I'll prove it.
I'll prove it. I have
find
it right
the
here at
video."
Q.
And then this one has it queued up to the... here's the timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I got it. But I decided to do one for today as the first Labor Day 12-hour show. I'll do one next year, too, if I'm still around. Thanks. Yeah, you know, I've been trying to tell people... You never know. I get over 1,000 death threats. People are trying... I've been constantly harassed to do more videos when I probably am the most prolific video person on camera in the history of mankind, and I'm being asked to do more. I just find it kind of funny that I've been online more consistently than any other human being on earth, and you still want more. It's like, wow. You got like the Olympian in front of you, and you're expecting, I win all 50 gold medals.
Well, you know what happens is when someone does a lot of work, you're the one that told me when someone does a lot of work, then people expect more work out of that person. You're the one that told me that.
You're right. The more I do, the more likely you're going to want me to do it. You're right. That's so true.
More
So
you
if
do
I
it,
cut
more
back to 2-hour
expectations.
shows now, you guys would really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So maybe I will cut back to a 2-hour show and just do the 6 to 8 show from now on. And no, you don't want that, do you? She's stuffed. She had all the dinner she could ever have, salmon and beef. She's going back to her bedroom. She's laying down and she's going to go to bed for a while. She is like completely oversatiated. She just had her second bowl.
Oh, good.
Thank you for coming in tonight.
Okay.
Sleep well. Enjoy your evening.
Yeah.
I'll see you at 10. But if you're sleeping, we won't watch that show. I don't want to, take away from your beauty rest.
Well.
Yeah, we know you got censored. I heard about this. This is the second time I've seen this.
What does it say?
Don't panic, we're working on updates. Hang tight, Bondsoft. Yep, I was censored. They do a Bondsoft censorship screen where it says, don't panic, we're working on updates, hang tight, Bondsoft. Anytime my show is knocked off the air, that's what they're doing now. Thanks for showing me Xenu. All right.
I think that was Misanthropy.
I'm in Misanthropy? Oh, thank you for showing me that, Misanthropy, yeah. Okay, Sarah, thank you so much. We're ready for the next phase. All right. I'm glad you got a good evening, and now you can rest and relax. You got a night to yourself. She is ready for a resting time, I can tell. Sarah's very tired. She's been out seeing the music festival, visiting her friends. Yeah. Looking at when haters go after your looks and differences, it means that there's nowhere left to go. Then you know you're winning. Oh. So this person has Asperger's, and she knows she's different from the norm. Given the right circumstances, being different is a superpower. There she is, and she's actually, isn't she the one that's going on that trip on her boat, arriving at a conference? I think she is, that young 16-year-old that's on a boat. Yeah. Aspie power, yeah. Thanks for sending me that link. I didn't, you know, I realized I didn't realize she had Asperger's. You know, that's an irrelevant question that only Howie would ask. You've been muted. Okay, Burning Man's about to go off, everybody. Here we go. The final second. No, what happened to the webcast? Well, here it comes. Okay, they're going to light it up. Okay, let's do it. Wow, look at that. Talk about excitement in the desert. Isn't it amazing? All these people gather and they just love to see these light shows. Oh, somebody's having a...
This camera was not, by any stretch of the imagination, cheap. And it's replaced our trusty but slowly dying older webcam. And by golly, it still gives me some issues with this darkness.
Okay, here we go. Okay, we have a person in the room. Why is it Burning Man and not Burning Woman? Or Burning They, Them? I'm surprised the liberals are not asking this question. Okay, well, let's be liberal for a minute and say, yeah, why aren't they the burning transgender non-specific? Yeah. Why is it always Burning Man? Good question. Yeah, I was just looking at in the distance at this light dance of Satanism. I'm just looking at this in the distance like, wow, these people are really into it, man. They're like the burning center layer of evil. They're running around in circles. I'm not sure which is more disturbing, watching Miley Cyrus and enjoying it, or this and enjoying it, you know?
One more conclave up close, and then I'm going to pan out. One of these conclaves, I believe, is in this screen, is one of the ones for our volunteer Mosquito. She should be dancing here. So if you know Mosquito, by all means, take a screen cap and send it over. Use hashtag BMWebcast on the social media of your choice. And yeah, I'll pass pass it along to Mosquito, because I think it's one of these.
This is wild. Let me get some more video going here. Epic visuals, yeah, I agree. It's worth watching it insofar as, you know, you're not... I almost feel like I'm getting a value here, especially if I put my sunglasses on.
Come in if people in their current state of dress, ready for the burn.
They do.
By all means, share them around.
We're getting ready for the burn, everybody. Feel the burn. You know, you just did 20 sit-ups and you're feeling that burn. Okay, 200 sit-ups in your case. I'm having a good time. I mean, at least I can have a good time with you watching, you know, the Burning Man experience. Now, you don't mind if I play a little Jim Morrison tonight, do you? Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. You know that I would be a liar If I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Yeah, we'll play that tonight out of the show tonight. Thank you. All right, the legendary Light My Fire video, as played by Jim Morrison. Well, we've got the high-quality version of it coming up at the top of our hour. Yeah. Maxwell half. Okay, thank you for. Oh, well, she's in a bathing suit. I don't know what the big deal is. Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell has not been seen lately, except in this amazing bathing suit. Yeah, I play it for you, but I don't think it's appropriate for a family audience, Bengalitis. It's a little too revealing of her, you know. It's not like she's wearing pasties or anything, but, you know. And should we really glorify the woman that was Epstein's madam? I mean, hello. It's 10 p.m. in your area, but not in mine. I'm on the Pacific Coast. I'm helping people at 1 o'clock deal with their final minutes of their wonderful Saturday night, wondering why they didn't go out on the town and get completely messed up on booze. And then, no, you're better off here. You really are. Sipping coffee with Dave. Your worst dread is to be sitting next to the porcelain goddess with it spinning around going, I don't know why I drank so much.
Bullshit level, DEFCON 5.
I'm here eating ice cream with Dave. So your mom and dad call you, what did you do tonight? Well, I watched Dave on the show eating ice cream. I watch him all the time. I can't stop watching him. Your bodyguard and lover? Really? Are you putting pictures of your bodyguard and lover on the screen? Well, Larry, you know, I'm not here to, you know, denigrate your sexual preferences of being homosexual. But you're very kind, but aren't you putting your lover in jeopardy? Okay, we have some pictures of Ghislaine Maxwell we're going to be bringing to the show.
Typing and all that, that's me replying to as many folks as I can. It's so intense right now.
Here's one of them.
Getting everything ready for this moment.
She's very patriotic, I understand.
Wonderful challenge, wonderful labor of love.
She's not revealing anything that would be inappropriate, but you can tell that she would be a barracuda for Jeffrey Epstein.
Word does support.
She's like
the work that we do.
A dominatrix or something.
Me and Camera 2 with it.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that she's his dominatrix.
Camera 2 is currently out there.
Yeah.
9 o'clock.
A barracuda.
I think the 9 o'clock position.
You don't believe Larry Cheney at all, do you, Scissor Fight?
Which I'm tempted to
yeah.
film in on.
We have an expert over at iBlog who doubts your credibility, Larry. But don't worry about it. You don't have to defend yourself. We're just going to sit and wait for what happens on St. James Island.
Scale here. Here you go.
Here we go. Oh.
You know,
the legendary burning of.
Project organization.
Here we have the burning
this year,
effigy. Is this some sort of an Illuminati reference here? What is the symbolism of Burning Man and the burning effigy?
I had put out on social
You think it's anti-Christian?
Some small requests for help. Getting some
thoughts.
Gaffer tape and lightning suppression. And
yeah, I saw that earlier.
I've been doing this for 7 years and mostly on my dime.
Okay, let's go off of him, and I'm going to put it on this. We have a picture of a would-be robber was shot dead by an employee at a Philadelphia cell phone store. The tense encounter, less than 12 seconds, was captured on surveillance. If you're afraid of violence, cover your eyes. Okay. Okay, that guy took a shot. He was a would-be criminal, and this man defended stood his ground and made a phone call to the police after shooting the guy point blank. Yeah, that's what happens when you try to rob somebody with a gun. Would-be criminals should be aware. Anybody could know, yeah. Okay, we're getting a call from another person now. We got a call from Larry again. We're going to take. You'll never get Larry. You'll never get Scissor Fight to believe you.
I'm not a fortune teller.
You're not. No.
I'm a journalist.
I know, and Larry, you're never going to get anybody who disbelieves you to believe you. But we have to wait and see if this thing happens to Orgy Island and it gets wiped from the face of the map, like you say. Scissor Fight says the hurricane already passed the island. Basically, he said.
Well, I only report my sources. I don't report the future. I'm not a future.
He's not a soothsayer. Yeah.
I'm in fact a journalist.
Well, I appreciate you concern. You know, all we really know though is that you saw George W. crap in his pants. You did cocaine with Bill Clinton, and let me recap this. You also believe that they're going to try to do a military hit on the island itself of St. James Island. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what my sources have told me, but I'm telling you that this is not fortune telling. This is reporting my sources like any other journalist. This
I know.
is deliberate fake news.
No, it's not. It's not deliberate fake news, according to Larry. He says he's legit. So we're gonna have to take his word on that, Scissor Fight. I know you don't want to.
Tell you that you have a
You okay?
really bad homophobia problem.
I do. You? Oh, I do? Oh no, I don't. No, I don't have a homophobia problem. The people in our room may have a problem. Yeah, I don't have a homophobia
You have
problem.
a bunch of hicks from the south that come in there.
Yes. Are you denying their right to be homophobic? Are you denying their right to be homophobic? I mean, seriously.
I'm saying that it's a problem.
It's a problem for you, but they have every right to be homophobic.
Word, I think it'd be completely different.
We're not here to cater to LGBTQ, man. We're not here to cater to. If people want to be homophobic, they can certainly come in and express themselves in the show. I mean, you can't deny them their free speech.
You
Yeah,
had black people watching you,
I do.
and I call it the N-word.
Oh yeah, don't use the N-word.
Yeah, I think that'd be treated completely different.
It's a different story. Gays haven't had a civil rights movement passed in favor of their rights yet. Blacks did. So unless you go back to 1965 and rewrite law, I'm going to have to wait on that one.
We were a lot more successful at it.
Well, you know, good luck to the gay population. You know, I wish you all the luck in the world. Okay. Hurricane Dorian's continuing to flex its atmospheric muscles, remaining at the cusp of Category 5. So it's going to hit and slam Florida. The question is how hard and where. As far as the St. James Island, it may or may not cover it.
I was wondering.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a storm for mine.
Okay. Well, you've come forth with some pretty powerful statements there, Larry. And as you know, we can't verify anything other than take your word for it. But we're sitting and watching, and I mean, frankly, you're different.
The latest update is in from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Dorian is moving closer to
gotcha.
the Bahamas and
All right, well, thanks for
ultimately to
calling.
the west. Now, this could prove to be a deadly and catastrophic storm, and everyone
Hang on.
along the eastern seaboard and the Bahamas should be preparing. Right now, we have top sustained winds of 150 miles
What
per
about your
hour,
being homosexual?
and we have some of those wind gusts up to 185 miles per hour. We have
Who is?
hurricane warnings and watches up in the Bahamas.
Oh yeah, we have some information. Okay, Larry's going to spring this on you folks. Now we can't verify this, but he believes that. Go ahead. You believe Beto is homosexual?
Yeah, Beto O'Rourke is a homosexual.
Wow. You know, we heard. Are you a smoker, by the way? Are you?
His wife is so ugly.
Well, her family has $12 billion. I mean, hello. I mean, Beto wants the money, but I have a story where we heard that a young man under 18, was approached by Beto O'Rourke at one of the rallies in Arizona, and the guy, it was like Beto was talking to him, like hitting on him in the bathroom, and he was like an underage minor. It's like I can't believe that happened, but that's what we heard on our show. But now you're telling me this, so I don't know what to think, nor do I care, because he's a guy who already had a hit and run accident, and now the number is up to 24 shot.
Gay guy.
Okay, go ahead.
We're gonna have a gay guy with a camera.
You're gonna have to cut back on the cigarettes, buddy. I think you're smoking too much. Are you a cigarette smoker?
They're after me.
Well, I know they're after you, but are you a cigarette smoker?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think you may want to kick back on the cigarettes because it's causing your cough to get worse.
I don't care.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I'm gonna be dead soon.
I hear you, man.
68 years old.
68 years old? Wow, okay.
Yeah.
He's an investigative journalist, folks, who called up tonight. He's a openly gay man who believes that he has information that Epstein Island will be destroyed by the hurricane. Interesting.
I have sources that indicate that.
Right. That's all I said. Information. Yeah, just sources indicate that.
His wife is just a beard he uses to hide his sexuality.
Well, I don't really care if Beto O'Rourke is another one of these Obama-type Democrats.
I'm getting a gay guy over there with a GoPro camera.
I hear you, buddy.
We're going to record him having sex with a man.
Oh my God, I can't encourage that. I mean, it's his private world where he has this Jewish woman who married to him whose family's worth $12 billion, and you're saying she's a beard for his.
Yeah.
I think I find that hard to believe, but I find her very attractive too. I mean, wouldn't you? I dated a girl like that in college. Yeah.
Yeah, the ugly face like that would turn me gay again.
Oh, dude, she's a pretty woman. I don't find her I don't dislike the way she looks.
Her nose looks like an uncircumcised willy.
Well, that's just your opinion. You know, I don't even see her side view. I've seen other pictures of her here in a general picture of he and her. I'm not here to disparage Beto O'Rourke or make fun of his wife, but if you dislike her and him, I just think him writing a story about wanting to murder children was really bad, as well as the hit and run accident that he was in, where he ran from the scene of a crime where he could have killed a lot of people. I'm more concerned about him lying about a lot of things, so I can't talk about his sexuality on the show. Well, I don't find her. No, I don't think she's ugly. No, it's all. I guess love.
We're gonna get a gay guy to seduce her.
Please don't. All right. Hey, Larry, I gotta go. We got a full show here, so thanks for calling for the third time. Okay. All right.
Why do you have a phone line? You don't want people to call you.
Well, I've got a call from you tonight, but I don't want you to take over the whole show because a lot of people don't really care, about calling people out as gay or not. We're not homophobes, but you're accusing us of being that. So, yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. Bye, Rodney. Oh, geez. Rodney's really coming to the deepest end of his rope. He's making statements now that are just absolutely over the top. Thank you. We finally outed Rodney. Okay. Unreal. He's had a lot of time on the show. Believe it, more than he normally gets. Making up statements that just aren't coming true. If Epstein's Orgy Island is destroyed by this hurricane, then I might be able to believe it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens if he's saying the truth or not. The truth. Yeah. Well, anyway, he thinks this voice modulator will make him sound like Rodney, or not like Rodney. Okay, now, young blood transfusions are the thing of the future. Peter Thiel is looking for this, trying to have children's blood installed in his body. I have an ethical problem with it. I just think there's something very weird about harvesting blood from young people. It sounds like vampirism to me. I don't know. Call me old-fashioned. I'd rather use fruit enzyme spray. Thank you. This guy, Dr. Karmazin, found ambrosia, a company that will infuse you with 1 to 2 liters of a 16 to 25-year-old's plasma for up to 12 grand. So far, his patients, 150 of them, report feeling and performing better on just 1 treatment a year. He admits it sounds totally creepy, even though transfusions, of course, aren't new science. We're just using them for a different purpose. Well, now that you're doing that, why don't you consider maybe open bloodletting of the brain? I mean, carving holes in our head? I mean, what's the next thing Dr. Frankenstein's going to come up with? The vampires keep coming out of the woodwork every single century, and they're coming out now. Oh yeah, you could feel younger if you have your blood transfused with young people. It's okay. It was as seen on a show, Twilight, filmed here in the Northwest. They show young children drinking each other's blood as vampires. I mean, it's the weirdest show. I've never seen it really, other than to see clips of it. But I just don't think we need to go there. Of course, I did watch parts of Santa Clarita Diet, which that features a woman turning into a zombie eating her neighbors. So I guess I can't really say I'm staying purified when I watch TV. But bloodletting, vampirism, I'm going to pass. Thank you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, let's go back through the comments that people have been making tonight on our show. We have a good quality picture of the temple on Epstein's private island before it was destroyed. It features an owl, which is typically symbolic. In the dual owls are sitting above the temple. It's typically symbolic of the Masonic ritual mass sector. So if this temple was used by Epstein for death rituals, using the owl and the gold dome, which mysteriously was blown off, so it doesn't exist there anymore, one would have to ask, what's that? What is the symbolism, and why would a man need what appears to be almost like a temple of doom, for lack of a better word? Labor Day travel is impacted. What appears to be a 130-mile-per-hour storm looming on the International Space Station. What? Oh, they're tracking the storm from the International Space Station. Okay, I was going to say, I did think that the green screen operation in Florida was set up. It could be vulnerable. I mean, I don't know. They've got a big studio there where they do all the International Space Station green screen work. So I was halfway believing they were in the eye of the storm. I hope not. Hurricane Dorian watched. Yeah, here we go. We're going to watch as the International Space Station allegedly sees it. Here it is from the upper atmosphere. I'm not denying that there's a space station out there taking pictures. I really do believe we have one. Yeah, I do. I think it's floating in our atmosphere, believe it or not. I just don't think it's manned all the time. Now that is one heck of a hurricane. Yeah. So this could be like the legend of Dorian Gray, Okay, they're setting fire now to the background. Everything's going up in flames here in Burning Man. I'm glad that I found this venue to talk incessantly with a camera. Had I been a comedian, I would have really hated being a stand-up comedian. Because, you stand up too long, you get hemorrhoids, right? So I don't have anything like that sitting down here most of the time. Okay, here we go. All right.
Picture is either screen cap from the screen, or it's of their current situation, how they are burning
public information officer with the Odessa Police Department.
Yeah, it's incredibly special and interactive.
What you know,
I just posted my own cheers
that we already have. What's the latest?
And so people can get a sense of the
a lot of information is being
Tracy
a lot of it.
with the rabbit. That's brilliant.
Wow, that's a real rabbit.
It's a real rabbit.
Larry, thank you for concern about your. Larry, we welcome everybody who's gay in our show. We do. I don't have a problem with you being gay. I honestly don't. Yeah, but there are a lot of homophobes in this show. I hope you realize that.
There, I would love next time. Let's absolutely make this happen.
Okay.
This is actually the toy I was telling you about. It is the receiver. Plugs right into it's a little cheap SDR radio that you can get for like $30, and you can get all the radio signals down into your computer directly and do cool things with it. So, but
We'll run some tests.
yeah,
on that.
let's
So,
test next
yeah.
year. I'm very excited to do that, and we have about how many viewers do we have? We have
Okay. Yeah, this is a little boring. I expected the Burning Man event to happen by now. Oh, they're starting it in the background. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen.
via webcast. We have 12,000 viewers that are listening to us talk.
I'm one of those 12,000 viewers. Yes, I am. And they found a large structure, a big, huge, petrified stump out in the middle of the desert. And they identified it as a flip-flop, an absolute flip-flop. He is making and breaking lies and lies every day. And after lying over 6,000 times since he became our president, our Twitter our leader on Twitter, our master tweeter, Donald Trump has now truly proven that he can distract anybody of what's really going on. And even Pelosi was distracted to think that we don't need to prosecute anyone in the Trump administration. So she's clearly in on the deep state. If you're a Democrat, welcome to America's third party. We're bringing in the votes. We want you who are leaving the Democratic Party because of Pelosi's inaction. I promise you I will get to the bottom of the Russian involvement. I'm not in any way it changed my view from believing that Trump has been working with Russia just because Pelosi backed off. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, those minutes knocked me on my butt. We definitely have a lot of people who the value that they get out of this
broadcast. We've uncovered a massive cover-up tonight. Oh, here we go. They're lighting it up.
You'll notice I did party a little bit this year. I've been having some fun, but I'm here for the webcast. I'm here for the temple messages. I'm here for you. So let's do it. Webcast at burningman.org.
Wow.
Temple message. Temple MSG. That was the original hashtag filter I set up, but it is. I'll get it. Just make sure it's in the subject line. As you can imagine, there's a lot of conversation about the temple in emails, and so if I filter only by temple, it doesn't always come through, but don't worry, the majority of your emails are going to be collected. I have good news to report. Brad Templeton has come through, and he has sent an amazing panoramic photo. Fantastic. Let's get this link posted out. And the fireworks have started, of course.
Okay. We're in the middle of our Burning Man ceremonial religious, non-religious experience, yeah. I'm not an Illuminatus.
Beautifully framed.
Look at that.
Beautifully framed shot. It's as if I planned it.
Yeah. Good job.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think he did plan it. Yes. Well, that's quite a little celebration. We don't have to go to Burning Man to experience it, Sarah. We can just watch it on TV. So much better. I like breathing as opposed to, going to a place where you can breathe dust incessantly. Oh, Jared overpaid for the 666 building. Jared Kushner bought 666 Fifth Avenue for a ridiculously high price of $7 billion right before the 2008 debacle. He got hosed on that deal. Sorry. Okay, whoop-de-doo. Burning Man, final hour. Here we go. Wow, impressive use of fireworks. Now, the real meaning of Burning Man is we can blow chemicals in the atmosphere and dump sulfur and dioxide in the atmosphere and pay tribute and homage to Jim Morrison, whatever that means, the Lizard King. But for the most part, this is just them, the elitists, gathering together in their elite $500,000 motorhomes and putting on incredible custom catered events where only they can get in. There are people literally eating the finest food from all around the world in some of these caravans they have. And it's a time for really ultra rich people to just gather and you know, get to their next thing that they want to buy or own. But it's also a demonstration of what they're capable of doing. Dumping chemicals on our heads. What's more disturbing than a non-stop spray above our heads? Well, a Burning Man festival in the middle of 120 degree or 105 degree weather, full of dust and just weirdos and drugs and God knows what else. And then a slam in the face of humanity just dumped sulfur in the air, killing off the planet like it was just some nothing to them. So whoever's behind this massive waste of space, as well as this incredible show of carbon pollution, must really have their head so far up there, you know what, that they're smelling, you know, tomorrow's bowel movement. Hey, you haven't seen chemtrails since before It's Just Life, David. I never saw chemtrails in Detroit, man. Fat Vinny says chemtrails are really great there. I'm sure your light show is good too. I can feed 8 people for 7 days on 12-week-old loaf of bread. Yes. And NYPD has the death of Burning Man. What's that about? The death at the U.S. Festival is treated as suspicious. Oh, really? Yeah, a guy died of carbon monoxide poisoning over there last night. Wow. Shane Bellingham, 33, was found unresponsive in his car, and on Thursday, he's a New Zealand national. He had poisonous levels of carbon monoxide in his blood. Taken to a medical tent. Yeah, poisonous levels. Toxicology report. The presence of controlled substances could be an exacerbating factor. So somebody probably got him really high and said, "Hey, go sit in that car." And then routed him in, you know, the gas, the muffler right back into his face. Well, maybe Shane was the sacrifice they do every year at Burning Man. Remember last year, some guy walked into the fire and burned himself to death. You pyromaniacs must really want to, you know, hang out here. I'm not a pyro, so they're doing drug experiments to get people to do things during Burning Man. He was probably so high they just said, "Yeah, go in the car and, you know, do yourself in," and they're really like, "Oh, yeah." Who knows? And Donald Trump wants to buy Greenland. I'd like to buy it. Well, sir, we're talking about the ice caps in Greenland melting from climate change. Greenland? Could we just buy it? Oh, you're not addressing the climate change, Donald. The fact is, there's no climate change. And we have the best atmosphere in the world. Absolutely the best, just like our economy. Yeah. What does buying the Greenland have to do with dealing with climate change? I mean, that's what he's changing the subject, right? Okay. I'll take that Hill article in just a second. Latvian girl. Last night, the guy climbed over 2 fences surrounded by the entire building, and he set fire to himself, self-immolating in the fire, yeah. It seems like this Illuminati festival they have. It seems like this Illuminati festival they have right now is a good way to divert our attention from the massive cover-up too. And one person allegedly dies every year there, I guess, on average. Great way to change our view. Just have a fire. Let's circus and bread and circus. Let's change the view.
Ooh. That changed the color.
Security is in place. They have secured the borders. Nobody's running in there. So they've got that under control, thank goodness.
Oh, wow. Wow. That was fast. There you go. Man fell already. Gosh.
Okay, the man fell. Isn't it amazing how people are so obsessed with fire? Fire, do, talking about fire. People are so impressed with fire that it's like consuming them. No pun intended. And emerging from the Phoenix, the Illuminati brings you the future. Well, I can tell you the only thing that'll top this is a nuclear explosion. I mean, whoa, yeah, I'd much rather see that. That looks a lot more fire, huh? So, which do you want, Burning Man or a nuke? Your choice. Burning Man, a nuke. Epstein's mescaline adrenochrome combo is probably peaking right now. You think Epstein's free, right? And he's higher than a kite right now at Burning Man. Chatroom Celebrity thinks Epstein's wearing one of those funny Illuminati masks of a goat, and he's running around incognito after having his face reconfigured by a Swiss doctor. He's got to be there. He's there. I wouldn't doubt Ghislaine, shall I say Ghislaine Maxwell, is probably out there right now with him. They're probably in one of those really expensive motorhomes. Yeah, I mean, I was just at RV Trader the other day. I'm kind of like bragging. I was just at RV Trader the other day, and I was checking out some big RVs. The kind of people that go to Burning Man, let me show you the kind of people that go to Burning Man. Just a quick peek. The real Burning Man, okay. So far, nobody's run into the fire. Carbon monoxide is blasting everywhere. We've got interruption here. We now go to Scary Witch Night, also conducted by Aboriginal people, much like the Burning Man Festival. Okay, this is a little hard to believe. This guy's sitting on burning coals. Now I'm freaking out. The nuke didn't do it for me, but this guy's sitting on burning coals, that definitely begs the question, what the hell is going on here? Okay, I think I've seen everything, Sarah. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen anybody laying on burning coals before. This is a first. Okay, we interrupt this broadcast to pardon our interruption, but we've had an anomaly take place. This is only a test of the non-emergency Craigslist test program. Okay, let's go to Craigslist, and I don't want to be in Toronto. Go to any place USA, say, probably get a good deal in LA. I could go to California. I want to find a very high-priced. I go to Palm Springs to find the most expensive RV I can ever find. As a collector of RVs, former governor of California, I would like to see if I can find an RV. Okay, let's go to the highest priced RV. This is what they're taking to Burning Man, okay? Yeah. This is a typical vehicle that the ultra elite have parked there right now. Yeah. These are diesel pushers with ample storage, external refrigerators for your ample beer, luggage, you name it, and an inside galley kitchen with a massive stainless steel refrigerator. Look at that. A bathroom with a huge walk-in shower and a marble interior, and a full king-size bed where you can luxuriously lay with your friend Jeff Bezos to experience his love. I mean, think about this, and think about the luxury that these people have when they go to Burning Man's. Don't think for a second that they're suffering at all. Oh yeah. This is a $465,000 RV with a full washer and dryer. The only difference is it is, yeah. The only difference is you can rent them too, by the way. Okay, we got 153 has another hoax video.
The Clark Finney.
Yep, we've got that coming. It's a 3-minute video we'll be playing tonight at the top of the hour. Yeah, that is an amazing RV, I must say. Okay, back to the full video in front of us. And the next one, hoax update. Government has been planning for red flag laws for years. Lindsey Graham just didn't pull red flag laws out of the books for fun.
Alright guys, so they updated their bullshit. So they're now saying 5 are dead and 21 are shot this Texas rampage. Gunman opens fire from mail truck. So I click on this, right? I guess I didn't have to open it again, but Texas shooting, 5 dead and 20 injured in mass shooting as gunman is shot dead by police in cinema. Keeping the fear up. 5 people are dead and at least 20 are injured after a depraved mass shooter opened fire in Texas tonight has been reported. Police said that terrified locals and multiple officers had been shot in the city of Odessa and neighboring Midland. Authorities said previously that 2 shooters in 2 separate vehicles, a small Toyota truck and hijacked postal van, were carrying out the attack. However, they changed their mind and have now confirmed that only 1 shooter has been shot and killed at the Synergy Cinema in Odessa. They said there is no active shooter at this time.
Wow, so this is a contradiction, folks. This person brings up the contradiction that there was only 1 shooter, and they originally said 30 shooters, or 30 shooting victims, and there's only 1 shooter. And he was the only person dead at that time, and then suddenly there were 5 dead people and 23 people injured, not 30. So you're going to see some inconsistencies in these videos coming up in about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah, we'll be playing them right out of the chute. That's the that video and the Odessa video. Thanks, Scissor Fight, for bringing those to our attention. And hopefully you guys in Florida won't get hit too hard if you're buttoned up, ready for the massive hurricane. It could be a Category 5. And like Hurricane Sandy a few years ago, 7 years ago, it's going into prevailing winds, which does indicate that we may have seen yet another weather modification manipulation. And I seriously wonder if these hurricanes are designed to just weaken our country. We know that the billions of dollars have been put out rebuilding after hurricanes in Florida and in Texas over the past few years.
Before we go over to Google Earth.
Okay, one guy has a 19-minute video zooming in on the hurricane. We'll play that later tonight. When you zoom in, the real problem is no one is seeing it, but if you zoom in closer, the real problem appears. Let's take a look.
Earth Pro and look at the new stuff. I just want to get the 800-pound gorilla out of the room. Yes, I live in Florida. And yes, I live on the east coast of Florida. It is fall, and it is hurricane season. Now, been through quite a few down here, and it's not that big of a deal. The place that you have to worry about listening for is Hutchinson Island. This is where this nuclear power plant is.
Whoa. Okay, so apparently this eye of the hurricane is headed for a nuclear power plant. Thank you. Well, I hate to leave you on that note, but gee, if it doesn't get any weirder, it just got a lot weirder. Thank you. And the 5.3 earthquake occurred exactly where Dorian started up. Final Dream has information that suggests that that's the case. Thank you, Antique, for that video showing the eye of the hurricane zooming in straight at a possible nuclear reactor hit. Hopefully that won't happen. And we have more from Kitboga. He has another 20-minute video. Scammer plays Simon Says thinking he's 80 plus years old. Okay, it's always fun to get Kitboga to scam people. He has a very popular show. We'll feature his video. He's harmless. He doesn't make any political statements, so that's why he's so successful, I guess. Unlike me, where I struggle because of the censorship on YouTube. But hey, we'll play that as well tonight. Thank you. All right, this wraps up another wonderful Sustainable Saturday broadcast. We talked about a lot of the issues facing the country right now. Lies and deception continue to come out of the mainstream media, and we all of us are just sitting here going, where's the proof? You remember that old ad campaign, where's the meat? That's kind of like how I feel, is where's the proof? You know, we still are looking for proof, not just people saying, oh, there was a horrible lot of loud sounds in the background. I could see people running. Okay, that's not exactly proof. That's exactly what would happen in any type of a make-believe crisis event where they plan on these things and they have people staged to do this. People often run. People often even pretend to run, pretend to be sad, pretend to say, oh, it's a terrible thing, and they're play acting. We need to see the truth, the meat, and that's, I don't mean to use the word meat because obviously, you know, proof involves blood and all that, but yeah. Okay, where's the beef? Scammer plays Simon thinking I'm 80 plus. Appreciate it. We're going to sign off to the incredible burning fest here. I don't get into the ritualistic burning thing. I think it's a waste of, it's actually tremendous carbon polluter. I don't approve of the entire Burning Man event, but if people want to see fire, I guess they've seen it many, many times. Yeah, they seem to like fireworks. Yeah, where's the beef? That was it. Where's the meat? Where's the beef? Yeah, where's the beef as in where's the proof? And this president has proven to be a complete New World Order puppet, flip-flopping on gun control now. And all of you Republicans better start thinking centrist movement for the future, because you're not going to get anywhere if you just keep hating the left. And you people on the left, you're not going to get anywhere hating the right either. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here. I'm kind of in the vortex of the political spectrum doing this show every night. We want everyone to know that, you know, whether you're a right winger or a left winger, we're trying to appease and find different solutions that match your concerns. The important thing is we're not going to push gun control. It's off the table. And those are my words, not Trump's. Trump's using my wording now, claiming background checks are off the table. My wording, off the table, by the way. He must watch our show. But we will not discuss gun control during my tenure. We have bigger problems ahead. Disarming the American people is not my priority. Building jobs for Americans, that's key. Getting our country to shift toward production in the green energy field, that's key. Not relying on venture capitalists to profit from us like they did under Obama, that's key. And getting honesty back in a corrupt government and getting more people into politics as opposed to these cronies that are just literally puppets that say whatever they're told to say just to meet their requirements to get reelected. These recurring elections, I believe in term limits. I believe that people should have only two terms as senators and 4 terms as House of Representatives, maximum. You can't just come back after a period away, just 2 terms. Either you get things done or you don't, you're out, the next guy comes in. But these people like Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, receiving money from Russian oligarchs and now pitching gun control and all kinds of things that they're trying to interrupt, I don't get it. How can we allow these people to work for Russian oligarchs? How is that the new norm? How can we allow our country to not prosecute the heinous election we just experienced, where the Russians clearly used their power and influence, and Trump knew about it, to control the election? And now the Republicans want to cash in on it. It's sick, I tell you. Absolutely sick. Okay, we're going to sign off. I'll see you back on Monday. Hopefully the hurricane data will be in by then. We may be experiencing more on that, but hopefully everyone will get through it with minimal loss of life in Florida. Okay, I am signing off as Mr. Right. I'll see you later. Take care. Good night.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat.